won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures. Happy Tuesday, everyone.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. I am still sad that we don't have the non-farm payrolls news. Still shut down?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, how you holding up without your numbers, Nick?
Yeah, I'm kind of, I was actually checking Forex Factory this morning, and they moved it to next week. So could you imagine next week with bank holiday on Monday followed by CPI and NFP in the same week if the government opens back up?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's if we're back.
Yeah, it's a big if, but if it did, that would just be an absolute it would just be mines all over the place doing that. So many traders would get wrecked, but it'd be a lot of fun for people a little bit more experience if we had some, good volatility and the market was moving. But yeah, I think the last time the government shut down when Trump was in office, it was like 30 days. So I mean, we're not even 2 weeks through it. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, the market always has us on our toes. It's very exciting. We never know what's going to happen, which is
no, you don't.
We don't know. Who'd like to go first, Nick or Barbie?
I'll go first because I'm gonna make mine quick here. We're trading at 9:30. We're trading at all-time highs right at 9:30 open. I don't know what to say. Probably just wait till 10 a.m. and see if we get a retracement into this potential gap right here at 25,253. But other than that, I mean, I don't really have a whole lot. ES, I guess you could 67.98. But like I said, we have to wait another hour, right? We have to wait till 10 a.m. And the main reason for that is if I don't have, it's a top-down analysis, right? Then you go look for trades. So higher time frame, looking at the daily, bullish. Hourly's bullish. Still need to pair that with some sort of point of interest on the hourly time frame, or even the 15-minute if I can get some good volatility. But the 15-minute right now, there's a couple of gaps in here. They're around the same levels I was watching, 25,252. But I'm gonna be waiting for the hourly just because this is something I like, playing hourly to M5 trades. That's just my bread and butter. But once I get that, then I'll wait for some sort of move into here and then move away from it with displacement back up to the upside. So hopefully 9 a.m. can put in like a high, 10 a.m. can come down lower, and maybe go for that high between 10 to 11. But at the moment, I don't have anything. We're trading right at 9:30 high. I tweeted out like 2 minutes ago. I was like, trading at all-time highs, heading into 9:30 open, question mark, and nah, I'm good. Gold, same thing, trading at all-time highs, right? It just closed right here at 9 o'clock. This candle was here. So I don't know here. I don't have a whole lot to work from. I think shorts are completely out of play in terms of like a daily candle. I could see them, coming lower into those gaps I was talking about. That doesn't mean I'm bearish. I just think I think that could happen. That's all I got. I'm sorry. That's just about all there is. So maybe Barbie's got some. She can pull something out of her cowboy hat, or cowgirl hat, I should say.
Well, I was hoping you were going to find something good.
What do you call it?
Either way, depends on if you're wearing it or not.
Ha!
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to have something awesome for us this morning. But boring market's boring market, right? Well, when I first got to the computer, we were right in the middle of yesterday's price action. So I was kind of thinking, maybe we'll get something off of here, but it's already done. One of my ideas. which was breaking the high from yesterday. Here's the way I look at it. Yesterday's high lower than the previous day's high. I'll make these white so it's easier to see them. And then the previous day's low yesterday's low inside of the previous day's. So yesterday's price action was entirely inside of Friday's price action. That's really boring. That's why sometimes those days feel really frustrating, is they're not really going anywhere. And so that leaves us some kind of obvious points, because we've got the high and low from yesterday. We've got the high and low from Friday, and those are kind of our obvious breakout points. The market's kind of making things really easy. This is the hourly. We've got really clear hourly structure with higher high, higher low.
We just don't have a draw or target.
So until that changes, yeah, we're in bullish mode. So as long as the structure is intact, that makes it a little bit tricky, because one of the things that I was looking for was retesting the high from yesterday and the high from Friday. And here the market is doing that without us, or maybe, well, without me anyway, because I don't trade in this block right before the market opens. But so yeah, it's kind of done that objective for us without bringing a lot of us along for the ride. But in general, what I'm going to be looking for is buying dips still. So this might just be a day where it's, patience is really, really important. That was the same thing yesterday. Yesterday, I didn't get a good trade on until we finally got a good bounce. And I didn't get a big piece of it because I was waiting for that confirmation, but I still got something. So that's kind of the attitude that I'm taking into today. I'm just going to be really patient and see if I can get something solid that makes sense, even if I have to wait for it. Because it could be, as we're doing this pre-market, that the market's going to want to fall back down and retest some of this, hopefully, because that would kind of be the buy point. And it's just going to be these levels that the market has put in. So, the major level lower is, I'll start at the bottom, because the major level lower, the most major support we have is 67.50 on ES. And so basically above that, everything's looking pretty bullish. If we start getting below that, that's where I'm going to start changing my tune a little bit. But this is buying the dip territory above that, and we just keep pushing over it. So, the next support I have above is 67.63. And then above that, we kind of get into the 67.70s. This is kind of the area that I was looking for price to range the most, is because that holds the structure. We can dip below a higher low and come right back up and still respect that structure. So that's why I'm not immediately looking at this pre-market low, but that is another level that we have to look there. But that's all kind of lining up in the lower 70s. So as long as this lower 70s area holds, that's another really key area of support. It could be we can test down there and look to buy that. We also have this other one up here, this other area around 67.82, which was a high from last week. It's another major swing high that we could come down and retest, and that we've spent some time kind of glued to. So both that one, the 62.82, and then the lower 60s, 67.70s, are both kind of some areas where I'll watch to buy something if we can get down in there. But honestly, the indexes are looking kind of not exciting this morning, unless we can get something, as Nick would say, a draw, where we can actually get a decent entry in there. There's a lot going on in the Mag 7 stocks too, so I've been keeping an eye on those. There's a lot of ratings changing and those sorts of things. I'm wondering if kind of the larger market is wondering, well, we don't have a lot to do without all these numbers, so we'll kind of readjust our look at all of these stocks, because I've seen a lot of different analyst ratings come out. The other thing that I'm kind of just aware of is whenever we do start getting the employment numbers, the whole idea of the market pricing itself up at these extreme highs is the idea that we're going to get 2 rate cuts. So they're needing these numbers out of BLS that we're not getting, as long as the government's closed. If those numbers come in and don't support those 2 rate cuts, the market's going to really have to have a rough day to really get in line with those expectations. So I am a little bit nervous about that possibly going into next week and that sort of thing. So I'm trying to take advantage of this just bullish market and make sure that I get profits booked and all that sort of thing on some of my other stocks. But yeah, it could be a little bit. It could be a patience testing morning, I think. Unfortunately, we'll see.
Yeah, no, someone dropped in the chat. They were like, "Hey, Nick, can you check out YM?" Someone, whoever asked that, made a good point. So YM isn't up here yet. It's not at all-time high. So that makes me think that we could see, like this really start to explode and go higher. And we can just have a super bullish day on indices. I'm kind of getting that gist now because YM is so weak, and it can be a little crazy too. Like it could take 1 4-hour candle, it can be all the way back up here somewhere. So, look, even this is yesterday's candle. This is a huge range. I mean, it would not surprise me if we got back up the previous day high. Got some relative equals up here. So, yeah, no, YM's definitely something to monitor. Thanks for pointing that out. But yeah, no, it's we for me personally, I just have to have some sort of target in mind, right? I just have to have, it could just be even like let's say we go up here, right? And we make in 2 hours we make a high, and then in the third hour we come down, and the fourth and the fifth hour we start moving towards it. I'm at target this high, but as right now, I don't have anything to target. You'd be like, oh well, 25 300's a round number. I can use that. I'm like, okay, cool. Like I guess you can, but I like actual having. I like to actually have, you know, numbers where the market has traded to in the past and traded away from. So that's the main reason why I'm just kind of sitting on my hands at the moment. It could definitely change in the next hour or so. And but yeah. Let's see here. Terry, I think you're muted.
Dang it. Oh, okay. I said that WeWap said that he traded gold when it was at 800, and now we hit 4,000. It's incredible. Just everything, all-time highs.
Yeah, no. Gold is something that I think a lot of people like have been trading a lot more than NQ lately. So
Yeah.
and it's been a little rough to start the year. I mean, well, in the middle of the year because we had this huge consolidation. But like I always say, like the bigger consolidation, the bigger the expansion, and we've had some big expansion here. So it's kind of like the Q1. So this is the first quarter down in here, and then quarter 2, quarter 3 kind of consolidated a little bit, and then here's the big move. So as you guys can see, it's having it has pullbacks, but once it has a pullback into a gap or whatever, it goes. So one day in here, another gap up here, pulled into it, stayed in here for a second, moved up, another gap. Like the point is, using all of this data right here, you can frame a trade based off of like when price comes into this gap. So that's something to monitor as well. So maybe because we're not in this consolidation no longer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's something to look for. Voltron, what's up, man? 1,500 orders rested on ES 6804.
Exactly where we just, well, almost exactly where we just rejected off of.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to see us. I would like to see us go bullish, but continue because I don't really think I can short up here, but we'll have to just wait and kind of see what happens. Got 9:30 open here in 15 minutes. You guys take any trades yesterday?
Yeah, took some
Took
trades.
a little bounce. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, Barbie, I was thinking about buy the dip, like dip, baby, dip. Because we did end very green yesterday, right? It was I was like, yeah, the knife catching. And I was in a trade later in the day where I was trying to get the dip, and I'm like, and the trade was going my way, and I was thinking about all the things that you've talked and shared with us, Barbie, about catching the knife, and I was like, yeah, this feels good. How was your trade?
I just took a quick little bounce and then kind of I don't put a lot of stock on Mondays anyway. I usually just try to get a quick little hit in, get warmed up for the week. So that was the kind of trade I got. I did end up even leaving the runner and walking away from the computer for a little bit. So it's kind of one of those days, and it might kind of end up being one of those weeks a little bit too. But yeah, when we're in a bullish market, I try to be really patient and wait to buy the dips. So that was the plan.
Yeah.
No, Nick. Where did Nick go?
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Nick party.
Yeah. These market makers trying to get rid of me. Holy cow, man.
The conspiracy.
Yeah, like it's just the van. Like, they already kidnapped me once. I didn't think they'd try to take me down. Gosh. All right. Well, apparently I said something there before I got yanked off stream. I thought it was my Wi-Fi, but I'm like, Wi-Fi never cut out. So maybe it was just a glitch here. But I think I asked, did you guys take any trades yesterday?
Oh yeah, we went over that, Nick. Yeah, that's what you were talking about.
Where were you?
Yeah.
We were talking about buying the dip. We like to buy the dip. Did you buy any dips?
Dip.
Okay. Yeah, you guys bought the dip, huh?
Yeah, that was fun.
That's one of my favorite moves.
Nick, did you take any trades yesterday?
No. I didn't see anything worth adding on any risk or anything like that. No, it was there was some people in the Discord that caught they tried to go short here. I think it ended up working out actually. It was pretty quick. Let me see if I can find it in here. Yeah, it was right around like this pullback here around like 10.15, 10.20, and they wrote it down to the I think this low, and then it sort of reversed from there because there was a big SMT with the lows on ES from London that I was telling you guys about, and then we just kind of shot higher the rest of the day. But it was not really, like I say, I look for fair value gaps a lot, right, to kind of tell me how the market is behaving. This is the 5-minute chart, which is like I consider it kind of a lower time frame in my opinion. There's only two gaps in here, which means the market isn't really moving a whole lot. And if you include like between 9 and noon, there's only like 3. So not it was pretty choppy. The 1 minute was a little bit better, but like I say, 1 minute can be
frozen.
We
gotta get that guy some new Wi-Fi.
So it looks like the market's pulling back a little bit off of those highs. So we took out yesterday's high in pre-market here. We do have this nice 3-bar reversal and about 11 minutes before the market is going to open. So what are you guys thinking, traders? Are you looking for longs today? Type in L in chat. If you're thinking you're looking for shorts, type in S and type in N. No trades. No trades for me. Let us know. Yeah, I do like your idea, Barbie, of buying the dip. Waiting for it.
It's not as fun because,
well,
yeah, and you'll see, and I think we've had if you go look at these lives, we've had a lot of examples of me waiting for that buy spot where I want the market to come down and buy it, and you're shorting that, and then the chat will I've been doing this. I've been streaming long enough. Chat gives me lots of crap for not taking a short sometimes, or I'll even feel like maybe I should be in that. But really, like, sticking to my plan is what ends up paying me the best. So I still do that. It is kind of funny though when I'll say, like, why didn't you take that short if you thought I was going to go down to that? I was like, well, thought it might, but I like the long trade better than the short trade.
Yep.
Some people are really good at switching.
I know. I'm not. I want to
not
be one
either.
day, but yeah.
People think I'm good at it, you know, just because I'll take a short when I'm bullish, but it's I really only do that when it's like 50-50 days or whatever. But yeah, no, I'm the same way. I think, you know, you kind of build everything up, like in terms of trading, like you build, you know, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and then like, you know, step 5 is just waiting for the setup. And then if it just keeps going lower or higher, you know, you kind of have to reevaluate. I just don't know how people can just, you know, hop in. I think it's better to do that if you weren't very decided on a bias to begin with, so it's easier to kind of start back. Yeah, dude, Nick got reborn. I don't know what happened. Like, it just keeps Wi-Fi's good, everything's great on my end. It's just I just get like, it's just StreamYard, it just shuts down on me, and I just get kicked.
MyFundedFutures said you were talking about fair value gaps and the market secrets.
That's what it was.
That's
Conspiracy.
Yeah. Is this the real Nick or a bot? Calling for backup. If I get wired, my friend.
So I just noticed gold is over 4,000.
I know. It's like, holy smokes.
Like we had talked about, I think Nick was saying too, like, oh, we're going to get 4,000 on gold this week. There it is.
Yeah, no. That's crazy. I know a famous influencer who is keeps telling people to short gold. He's been short gold since, I think, 2,700. And I'm like, dude, like, you're an idiot, bro. Like, look at this chart. Like, there's nothing bearish about it. Yeah. He ended up getting I think he's going to jail for something. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, kind
He
of
probably has lots of followers, so that's a good sign, right?
Yeah.
Definitely judge people by their follower count.
I am going to hop into the short, looking for a gap fill. I know the market will open in 8 minutes, but it looks like it's starting to want to fill now. And just targeting the gap fill from New York's closing price, so about 50 points or so. And then I will risk high of day and doing it with some micro. So we'll see if it works. Wait and see. Here we go.
Good stuff.
Just eyeballing it.
Yeah, you love. There's 3 things guaranteed in life, you know, just death, taxes, and Terry being in a pre-market trade.
Yes, I do like to trade pre-market. I love playing these. There's a pattern here. I do love playing the gap fills.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty big gap too, if I believe. I don't know if it's. I think I guess we're at previous day high from yesterday, so maybe it's not too much, but I'm really surprised we didn't fill that gap from lower yesterday. If you look at the daily chart on ES, there's a gap from Friday to Sunday, the weekly open. There's not like right around in here. Surprised we didn't come down here yesterday and fill that. So I find that kind of weird, but yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that too, Nick. It was definitely a bullish day, like the buy the dip type of day, with it not filling that gap.
Yeah. Let's see. What chat? Let me see. What's something you guys struggle with? This is something like the most. Like over trading, over leveraging, not having a plan. What's the biggest thing you guys struggle with at the moment?
Oh, that's a good question.
I think kind of largely a lot of it will be, keeping prop accounts alive and how to do that. And sometimes you don't always know what your issue is. But for me, at least when I first started trading props, it was over leveraging, partly because they're trying to sell you on the prop firm. So they've got these big numbers, or 50K, 100K, but it's really the leverage that you're thinking about. And I didn't think about that when I first started trading. There we go. We got some good answers coming in.
Yeah, I got a lot of good answers. Over trading, over leveraging, probably the biggest. Risk management and revenge trading. Yeah, like over leverage, win or account blown. Yeah, I mean, I'll pull it up again. I feel like I pull it up every week, and there's nothing wrong with that because you should be um let me see if I can find it.
That was always my thing. Oh, wait, what is that?
What is that?
Alien abduction time. Oh,
Risk to reward is the code to get your free resets. There are only 30. Let us know if you got one.
Terry, were you in High School Musical at all?
I was in a play. I was in a musical. How did you know? I was in one.
You were number one. Okay.
Like, yeah, I was in one that was.
Yeah. See, I was in two because when I was a kid, I had a bowl cut back in the day. So people are like, "Oh my God, he looks like Zac Efron." And I'm like, I got that a lot. And I'm like, I always liked the who was the other? Was it Sean? The kid with the curly hair. His last name's Blue, I think, right? He was the second mate. He was the other guy in there. Someone in the chat will get it. I always liked him better. I didn't really like Zac Efron or whatever his real name was was it Corbin? No, was it Corbin Blue? What's his name?
Shawn Mendes? I don't know.
Oh, it was the it's Corbin Blue. Yeah, if you Google him, you'll remember the face. He was all over back in like the early 2000s, all over some of these. I always liked him better, but yeah.
You were in a musical, Nick? You were in a musical?
What's that?
Did you say you were in a musical, like a high school musical?
No. I would have. Yeah, no.
You were playing golf.
I don't know what I was doing. I was probably I don't know. I was probably digging a hole somewhere in the backyard or something. I was before phones and stuff like that. Good times.
Good times.
Going back to like over leveraging, I think there's a lot of people like it for example, like I think
too.
Over leveraging, yeah.
It's so easy to do, like when you can just click away
pushing the button.
The little mouse.
Click away.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just
I mean, it's definitely hard. One of the hardest things to do, but I mean, like if you have like a 50K account, let's say you got like a scale or a core, they all got like a 2K drawdown. So I mean, like with this plan right here with 15%, I mean, that's literally like you kind of know what you have to do. It's just a matter of doing it. So like every person in here said an answer, like you got your answer, right? Like you just you over leverage. Guess what? Don't over leverage, right? So like each one of these should be right around like $300 per trade, doesn't mean that you still can't blow it, especially if you're new or if you don't have a system or maybe it's just not very good market conditions. You can still blow it, right? But like this is going to give you probably the best chance of keeping it because that's your number one job, right? Is keeping your money and then trying to grow it. So let's see here.
I like that. Your number one job is keeping the money and then it's to grow it instead of just like thinking my number one job is to make money.
Yeah. I mean, and if you do this, right, like, oh, there's the bell.
There it is.
It's open. Market is open. Here we go.
I see a dump at market open. Yeah, so I think this is going to be your best answer when it comes to, trying not to over leverage and stuff like that. I mean, $300 per trade on a 50K account, that's $60, $70, like just get used to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and think about it, like you're only losing like how much you're paying for the account, right? Like you're not actually losing $300 a trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how, another thing is how I like to think of these evaluations sometimes, or funded accounts or whatever. Like if I'm risking $1,000 per trade, like I'm really only losing, however much I paid for the account, whether it be $100, $80, 150, whatever that is, because, and then if you divide that by 10, it's even lower, right? So that's just, I feel like some people just get so short-sighted and they, they just over leverage and stuff like that. But yeah, no,
Oh
that's pretty much
yeah.
it.
It's I love this chart
It's
of yours,
hard though,
Nick.
man. Like I've definitely been there. I've been there. It's tough for sure.
Yeah, it's hard to make that change if you've developed like a bad habit of over leveraging. So I like the balance column, the 7 to 15%. And when I think about like risking 10%, it's like that will give me 2 weeks of hitting DLL every single day. Like that's a lot of red, like
But
every single
after the
day.
first loss, it can really start to weigh down, right?
Yeah,
Because some people, they just get so short-sighted. Okay, we
right.
did come into this gap here on the 15-minute. I swear to God. What's going on my trading view chart?
The conspiracy.
I swear to
Conspiracy
God,
against
look at my
Nick.
trading view. My trading view is bugging right now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I was wanting to show potentially a move down here, like a retest, something like that. You could take advantage of. There's no news this morning, I don't think, right, Barbie?
We're not expecting any.
Yeah. So.
Is it just FOMC speakers, maybe? Something like that?
Oh yeah, the minutes. Yeah, the fake one.
Well, the minutes is tomorrow. It's not the fake one. Sometimes the minutes can actually move a lot. It's just so like when we were in COVID and we were wondering if they were going to drop rates, there are all these decisions coming into what they wanted to do what they needed to see in order to drop rates. And we weren't hearing some of that stuff at the press conferences, but it was in the minutes of all the different things that they were looking at. And so we would still get a reaction off of minutes, and we can still get that if there's anything new. That's what we're always looking for, is like a surprise or something new. New information is what moves the market. I don't think we're going to get that tomorrow, but we can sometimes. So you shouldn't write off every single one.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just think that's the FOMC meeting minutes is like that one, chick like you look at when you first see her, you're like, oh wow, she looks good. Then like by like later in the night, you're like, oh no, it's not that good because we got unemployment tomorrow. We got this, we got that. It just doesn't do much for me. I'm sorry. Plus, it's at 2:00. I don't think you trade it in late in the afternoon, do you? Sometimes
I don't. I don't want people to have the assumption that it's red folder that's not really red folder, because it's potentially red folder. It can potentially cause a really big move if there's anything new in those minutes that they weren't talking about at the press conference or their initial release, which does happen sometimes, and that's why they list it as red folder.
Yeah, I just think it's the least favorite red folder, or least least likely to move the market. Mainly due it's one, it's it's just the minutes, just the transcripts, and two, it's in the afternoon. Like it's probably outside of FOMC the only one, like the federal funds one in the afternoon. It's just not a whole lot of. That's the only one that really moves the market, and then obviously, earnings stuff at like 4. But yeah, so it looks like we're getting a decent little reaction here. Yeah, just beer goggles. Yeah, good one, Victor. I like that.
I don't have anything yet. I'm still waiting. The market hasn't done anything interesting for me. So yeah, this is those times it's really good to practice your patience when we have a day like today when we're still waiting to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, wicks on both sides of that 5-minute candle, the opening candle. Very indecisive candle.
Yeah, looks like gold selling off a little bit. Someone did ask about oil. Let me check oil real quick. Okay, yeah. I think I'm looking at longs from this gap fill. Yeah. No, this is the same one we were in yesterday, I believe. Yeah. From the new week opening gap. Yeah, see, the only problem this is a very, very nice hourly candle to the upside. The only problem I have with it is I don't have a whole lot of no way of knowing that it's gonna just not is gonna break out of this consolidation, right? Because it's just been consolidated. Yeah, sure, but I would much rather it break out and confirm that to me, because once it's in a consolidation, it shows that it's going to move out. It's probably most likely going to keep going until it hits, where it wants to go. And to me, I see a lot of low resistance liquidity up here. So I would much rather catch something up here, once it breaks out of it, retest it, and then goes higher. Down here, it's the better risk to reward, sure, but it's also the higher risk. If that makes sense, because it could just come back into the consolidation all over again. So, yeah.
Who's working on their patience this morning?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's good. Anyone have any pre-market rituals?
Coffee.
Coffee, Zens.
Caffeine.
Coffee, Zens. Okay.
What about you, Nick? Any pre-market rituals?
No, I'm usually like getting here about 8:45, 8:50, rush in after, putting the kids in the car, doing something. If I'm lucky, I will kind of read over. This is a good thing to do. I'll read over like one page from a trading book that I always have right here. Just kind of read over it, just one random page, just read it. And
cool.
yeah, I think that's kind of important to do. I'm sure a lot of people have more time in here, a lot more time than I do in the mornings before the market opens.
It's like part of your meditation, reading out of the book.
Yeah, no, that's something. But I used to do coffee, gummies, and chain smoke. Now only coffee. I think he chose the better of the three. Sometimes,
Barbie, do you do things like pre-market rituals?
I try to survive the morning because I have to feed horses and get chickens let out and fed, and I have to get kids off to school. So my pre-market ritual is surviving the morning. Like this morning, we were in a rush to get a molecule project that was built last night into a safe thing so it doesn't get broken on the way to school. Because like, you were not breaking that thing that I helped build. So
yeah, I know.
Surviving the morning.
Yeah.
You talk about the little things with like the little pins in it with the atoms and things.
Well, yeah. So first she was like, well, I'm just going to use cotton balls and toothpicks or something.
Yeah.
I was like, no, we have a 3D printer. So we 3D printed it, but then they didn't go together right. So we were gluing it and all this. She had to build a caffeine molecule.
Interesting.
So we got it done. Yeah, someone was asking if I have horses. That is like, I think it's important to get your blood moving in the morning. And so I used to always like try to just, take the dogs out for a quick walk. But now I'm throwing hay over and getting grain out and all that. So that's my morning, get my blood pumping. Gotta have something. The nice thing about animals is like you have to do things for them in the morning. Otherwise you're terrible. So
it forces
keeps
you
me on my
to be
routine.
active.
Well, they have to be fed every morning.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to lock chickens up at night or everything will eat them. Everything's a predator for chickens. Find something that won't eat chicken. My horse would probably eat chicken if you gave it to him.
Yeah. Trading gets my blood pumping alone. Yeah, see that's one thing. I feel like so many people. I tweeted this out yesterday. So many people treat this trading thing like it's some like fancy, like smart sounding slot machine. Like some of you guys just have to do you kind of have to come into it with more of. Let me find the tweet actually real quick. Oh yeah, I was talking about doing something leads to pushing buttons, taking below average setups, blowing accounts, etc. Coming off of the weekend, right? Most people they can't wait to get to Monday because then the market opens and they can start trading and making money. Hashtag sim, hashtag eval, but hashtag funded, but you just kind of have to know the difference between what the market is telling you versus giving it into your impulsiveness, right? So like the market wasn't telling me much of anything yesterday, so like some people come in like, oh yeah, they just make sense of setups rather than like letting the setups kind of come to them. And it's so weird to say because it's one of the business. It's I think the only business I know of outside of a couple of, I think there's some other things like that, but like you can literally make more by doing less. Like we have to reprogram our brain to trade, and I think most people start trading and then they realize, oh, I have to reprogram my brain to think this way, and that's what makes it so hard because you got one pulling this way, the other one pulling that way, and it just doesn't. They're like, they either they're hit a brick wall or they're just gonna quit, and they just had to figure it out. So no trades yet and funded. Yeah, no trades yet and funded. Yeah, it's a little choppy here this morning. I thought we'd move up a little bit to start, but probably already get all the IFEG haters, the 1 minute traders, probably gonna be hating on my tweet I put out earlier this morning. But it is what it is. Yeah,
I didn't see your tweet, Nick.
I didn't tweet anything too controversial, but it was just like trading at all-time highs, heading 9:30 open. Nah, I'm good. And then my friend Dodgy was like, oh, actually, no, he said something nice. Never mind.
You just expect that from X, though, don't you? I do. Like, oh, it's on X. It must be terrible.
Well, I saw my tweet, and he texted me something under it. I'm like, oh god, it's probably gonna be something about how I'm missing a clean setup. But let's see.
He's your good friend though, so like if he's giving you a hard time, he's just like teasing you, right?
Oh yeah, he's just a tease. Type 1 in the chat if you guys want Dodgy to come on here. You guys want Dodgy to come on here?
Yes, one. I saw Dodgy posted on X a picture of him in jail, and he's like, Patrick Whelan, please bail me out for I got thrown in jail for trading 1 micro.
Yeah,
that was funny.
He's a big rage baiter slash. He likes to push people's buttons. He reminds me of my younger self.
You don't like to push buttons anymore?
No, I push a lot of other things. Well, not a whole lot, but
that would be so fun, Nick, if you could get him on.
We just push P around here, right?
Yeah. She just always walks me into that one. He likes to stir it up. What's with the numbers? I want a full put longs after 10 a.m. So bad. Give me the opportunity. Okay. See, that's something. I don't know, man.
To full port long sounds
We have
dangerous.
to get lower than
eventually
this.
you just get tired of it. Like you just get tired of like full porting and it doesn't work out. Then you're like, I used to get headaches. Like every time like I get like super stressed out over trading, I get like a headache. And it'd just be like, because I just started doing too much, like too many decisions in a day. Because I never really blew trades on like blue accounts or even live accounts while I was trading like in one trade. It was always from 9 a.m. to 3. I was sitting here and my wife's like, well, why are you in here? You usually trade till 11. I'm like, good point. So
yeah. So excuse me.
Oh, bless you. Well, it looks like we're going lower here. I don't mind this at all. Let me check out YM. What's YM doing? YM's probably ripping.
It's chilling with ES for the most part. I like that.
Yeah.
Bitcoin's finally coming off a little bit. So if anybody was wanting to find at some lower spots into Bitcoin, we're finally getting a move lower.
So
Yeah,
people did.
Bitcoin.
Oh,
Yeah.
go ahead. People did ask about the promo. So currently the promo is it's called a flex add-on with MyFundedFutures, and on any of the scale plans you can select flex add-on, and then that will give you the ability, once you're in the sim funded environment, you can request up to $6,000, 50% of whatever is in your account every time you request, which is awesome. And I'll just see if I can pull up a graphic for you, and then use code YouTube for that when you check out, and you will receive 5% off.
That's pretty good. I know some people are asking, is like, well, I want a big sale, big promo. It's like, guys, like you have to kind of ease these things in as a prop firm. Like, what do we know it's coming up next month? Like literally a month from now is Black Friday. Like you kind of have to, as a company, kind of prepare for that, because you're probably going to have a couple plans that like lose money, but they bring in traffic. So that's don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be sales all over the place.
Yeah, and like I feel like the accounts with MyFundedFutures is already priced so well, right? So for the 50K scale account, it's priced at $127 without any discounts. And then you put on the 5% discount naturally with the code YouTube. That brings it down to $120. There's never an activation fee, end of day drawdown, and instant payouts. And with this week, or I don't know how long it's going to last for, we have no idea. It could end today, it could end tomorrow, we don't know. But when you select the add-on, the flex add-on, that makes your ability, like that account, you can request up to $6,000 every time, potentially, right? But like you can request up to $6,000 every time. So that's incredible value. So with a discount, it comes down to $120. It's like wild, right? $120, you're getting $2,000 worth of drawdown and all these other perks. I love it. And it is also a 1 to 10 contract scaling. So you can trade micros, right? Like for every one, you can trade up to 10. It's nice.
Yeah.
I think sometimes like it's easy to forget with these sales, like whenever there are sales going on, we can get so spoiled, but like we have to try and remember that these prices, it's already incredible. Incredible. Yeah, no other firm can beat this deal right now. This is the best of the best. Yeah.
No, I was just saying some people like, like, oh, well, 120 is like a high cost for eval, but like, cause
right.
Yeah, but it's like if you're paying like 49 or 50 and then you pay 150 for the activation fee, that's $200. So your all in cost is lower. And like, well, I haven't passed the eval yet. I'm like, well, okay, then maybe just go to the core account, right? That's like half the price. So
yes,
and there's no activation
exactly.
fee with that either. So
yeah, I like that advice, Nick.
Yeah,
I do. I love the core accounts. They're like, I like them. Magnus showed us the power of the core accounts, so like when he did the math, and he's like, you guys, these accounts are so powerful. This is the thing that a lot of people don't understand about the core accounts, like why they're so powerful, because there's no profit overall target that you need to hit. Like for a lot of other firms, like or account types, for a 50K account, you might have to first hit 3,000 in profits before you can even request. Oh, no. With the core account, all you need is 5 $100 days, and that's it. And you can request into the buffer. So you could potentially make only $600 in your sim funded core account, and then you can request. Like So I think that's the piece that I've heard people ask, like, what account type or what firm is the easiest to get a payout in? The core, my goodness, like, definitely don't overlook those. Yeah, I love the core. I'm still sitting in that short. Yeah, we're just gonna let it run. Market is consolidating around the opening price. Not much. Kind of what we expected, right? Like with no news today, it's kind of blah so far.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of saw this move up to 6,800, but because of when I got to the computer, it wasn't a good time to take it. I was kind of like, man, I wish I had done this closer to open or right after open. So that's why once I see a move and an objective made, I'm waiting for the next setup. And so for me, that's what's happening right now. You know, we've finally got for the first time, really, the NASDAQ and the ES are making the candle in the same direction. I want to see some more of that. And I want to see it start syncing up at support. Ideally, we've got support down below here around the mid 80s. So I'm gonna start seeing what happens there. That would be kind of the first spot. Although I'm hoping it can move a little bit lower than that for me to get long, at least
Like Asia lows or something? Or do you want to
Yeah, I
go?
mean, I want something. If I'm going to put my accounts that I worked my ass off to earn and all that, I don't want to lose those accounts. I want to be careful with them. The careful play is going to be lower than this initial, unless I start seeing a really strong rotation up here. That's very bullish for us to push 6,800 and then only come down 13 points or 15 points or something like that. So I'm not going to be itching to buy. I'm not rushing today is the moral of the story. There's no rushing.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, 10 a.m. is a pretty big time too. You get that 4-hour candle closure, and I just find that's why I think it's important to journal like your trades along with like your emotions. You can kind of see, okay, I don't really trade the best the first 5-10 minutes of open. You know, let me just not do that, or maybe if I do it, I just don't risk all that much. So.
Oh, Claude, Claude is in it. You're $200 away from 1.5K profit day. That's an incredible day. Congrats. I have experienced before where I was like trying to lock in on a set number. Like, let's say it's like $1,000 or 2,000 or whatever it may be. And then it got me into trouble because my mind was so locked into that number that like I ended up taking like red. And then it was like red, red, red. Just being so locked into a number. So I hope that doesn't happen to you, Claude.
Which number are you talking about? Like your P&L?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Like trading your P&L, like, and just getting locked into like, oh, I have to make, you know, $1,000 today, or oh, I'm so close to hitting like a 5K day or something like that. And then it's just like disaster after.
Yeah, I think that's pretty amateur, pretty rookie, right? Like to do that. I mean, you can do it sometimes, like even down the road, you'll still randomly do it. But like if you keep coming into the market every day, oh, $2,000 goal, $1,000 though, 500 is a goal. Like it's just not. I don't know, unless you're trading like like if you're trading like options, you got a bunch of stocks you're watching, or if you're even trading like some of the Forex futures, maybe. But I don't know, maybe. Maybe there's something in there, but okay. So far the 5-minute, this is what we're looking at in the 5-minute, right? Not a whole lot of, there's a lot of small bodies all over the place. Big wicks on the NQ. So just, I think the best thing to do, we got 9:54. Let's wait another 5 minutes, see how that 4-hour candle opens and everything. So you guys long or short today? I'm nothing at all.
Flat.
Yeah, flat. Flat's a good one.
Flat is a position. Yeah, lots of wicks. Holy smokes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The first 5-minute candles. Wicks on both sides.
I used to think that day traders were basically in a position all the time. And that's something that changed when I actually started doing it. It's kind of the opposite. At least from a day trader's perspective, you're probably not in a trade more than you are in a trade.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think Larry Williams talked about that in a couple of his books. Talked about, like waiting for the trade is much more important. But I had nothing. I think a lot of people that don't trade ICT like I do, which is like 60% of the chat, the other 40%, they don't have a whole lot going on right now either, if you're just looking at the market. So, yeah, Nick's never trades. He's always scared. Yeah, 100%. I'm just terrified of the market. I'm terrified of putting on risk, man. I'm scared to death. I'm scared I'm gonna lose my house.
I caught that, Nick. So your math is 60% trade ICT in our chat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure these numbers are made up, but I've never seen these numbers. Basically, the way I look at it is like, if I try to trade something up here, this is not an A setup.
Nah.
So is my money worth, is what I've worked for worth a setup that's not a really good one?
Absolutely not, Barbie. It's not worth it. It's not worth.
How am I going to buy another car next week?
For you, girl. It's not worth it.
Yeah, how am I going to buy another car next week if I don't protect the account?
What are you going to buy next week?
I don't know. I don't have like any Broncos.
Well, I'm surprised you don't have any Broncos. My grandfather has like a 76 Bronco. It's pretty cool. It's blue and white. It's nice.
I was looking at one that was UT orange with a white top.
Is it like sweet. One of the newer ones or an older one?
No, it's an old one.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take on a massive project until I finish my current massive project. It's getting close, but
yeah, those Broncos can get up there. Actually, the Oregon football coach, he has one. It's like, I think he bought like an 81 or something. It's really, really nice. I think he bought it for like close to like 125, 150, 150K, which is absolutely insane. I've been to some of those, I think it's Mika auctions or whatever.
Oh, cool.
Those are a lot of fun. Seeing people just drop, they got like 2-hour risk on a freaking 1974 Chevelle. You know what I mean? They're full port in the account. Let's see. Old one.
I'm keeping my truck all original. So I was thinking maybe if I get a Bronco, I can do the modern. What do they call it? I'm blanking on that right now. But where you put the Coyote motors in them and all that, the fuel injected 5.0 Ford motors. Pretty sweet.
A lot of them. I think the one my grandpa has, the motor's been redone on it.
My truck's all original, and that's by design. But it would be fun to do a modern one. Maybe next one.
Yeah, maybe next time. Maybe if you trade a little bit more. Oh, by the way, is that a real Rolex? Saw you tweeting the other day. Is that a real Rolex, Barbie?
Mine, yeah. But I didn't even get a flashy one, so apparently I'm not doing it right anyway. No, there was a very obvious fake Rolex going around X. I thought it was funny. And it was like, why would anybody even do that? What's the point of a fake Rolex?
Having the fake one? Yeah.
I wanted to buy a true timepiece that I would have for the rest of my life and be able to pass down and not like replacing batteries in my Swatch for the rest of my life.
Yeah, 100%. It's important. So going into 10 o'clock here, I don't have much. I'm just kind of waiting to see how we open on the 4-hour candle and how we trade from 10 to 11, but it doesn't really look good for me. Like Barbie said, like this guy is not worth her time, right? NQ is not worth her time. ES, both of those guys, it's just not worth her time. They're not worth my time either. So I'm gonna head out. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. You guys be safe and don't over leverage, chat. Don't over leverage. So peace. Y'all take it easy.
Thank you, Nick. Bye.
That really was my breakthrough with the prop accounts. People ask that all the time, and it was just I chilled way the F out on my prop trading. Because the way I looked at it, was like, oh, well, this isn't my account, so I can just mess with it and throw on these kind of wild big trades that are more fun. And it turns out it's not fun because you end up losing the accounts. So slowing it down and moving down to micros and then building back up from there was huge. But MyFundedFutures wasn't around, or I didn't know about them when I first got my first prop. I don't think they were around. But the way it's marketed and advertised, it felt like you're getting something bigger. This is kind of the point I was trying to make earlier. And that when I actually did the math and looked at what you should be able to do with $2,000, it was a lot different than I felt like I was being encouraged to do. And so I know sometimes like we get hard on the limits. There's all these limits for what kind of contracts you can take in these accounts, but it actually makes a lot of sense. I think that your personal limits should probably be smaller than even the limits that MyFunded sets on it, because it makes a lot more sense to take it smaller in these smaller drawdown limits. And over
Yes.
leveraging, I think, is the easiest mistake you can make.
It's up to us to decide how many we want to put on. And just because we are given access to a lot of leverage doesn't mean we have to use it all. Yeah, it is the easiest because it's just so easy to click away. And it's so easy just to think about the profits, I think, and not think about like the risk, which is like, okay, what does that mean, the risk? It means the risk of loss, right? Yeah. I just grab that little charger here. We're still consolidating.
I do always think about that. Like, what is this trade worth my funds? Because there's every single time I enter a trade, there's a risk to my funds. So whether that's my own account or a prop account that I had to work for or I am working for, is it worth my funds, what I have invested in that monetarily or mentally or whatever? And that filters a lot of these for me, because then I'm sitting here thinking, is this a trade that I really want to be involved in start to finish? Because we've all felt that when we get into trades, like, oh, this looks cool, I'm going to take this. And so you get into that trade and then you're like, this trade's terrible, I don't want to be in it. Why did I enter this trade in the first place? And I don't know, I did that enough where I really just started thinking, is like, do I want to risk even feeling that? And the more patient you are in waiting for the very best setups, the easier that is. Because then we end up feeling like we don't know what we're looking for. And if you come to the market looking for a particular setup, and then you're like, okay, well, this looks good though. It's not the setup, but I'm going to take this other thing. And then you end up feeling like, why did I enter the trade? Now I'm in a loss. This whole day is a mess. How am I going to recover this? And that's when you start into that snowball. But when you have a plan and you literally wait for the plan, it makes it way easier. Even if sometimes that means that you don't take that many trades.
All right, still sitting in that short. It's starting to work in my favor now. Anything can happen. Maybe this takes like 5 hours. I don't know.
Happy you took the short now. Hopefully it wasn't a plan though, because sometimes we've talked about this before, but sometimes you get rewarded for breaking the rules or taking something that was not according to plan. And sometimes winning those trades is the worst thing. You need to be slapped on the ass for it instead of get a high five. But
yeah, it gets us in trouble, like those types of trades, and then we develop like bad habits. I saw someone said, I've never won full porting. That's a good thing, right? Because and then you don't develop a bad habit of doing that. Okay, 15-minute orb people will be tagged in on the short side here. Makes me feel good about the short I'm sitting in.
We are getting down to that spot on ES that was kind of my first watch, but I'm really not going to rush it. And even yesterday, I ended up, I wasn't real sure about the spot, and so I kind of waited for the rotation to show itself and put in that low. And so I did not call the bottom, but it still worked out for me, just being patient and waiting for that and not expecting to buy a new house today or a new car today with my profit.
Not expecting to make $1 million before lunch.
I mean, some days, but not on a slower day.
No. Yeah, today is market definitely is telling us it's a slow day with this consolidation. I mean, we're pretty much like almost at market opening prices, and we're already 30 plus minutes open. The market and NASDAQ opened at 237. We're trading at 229, 230. Yeah, I saw Ash is extremely selective on days and setups that he will take. And I did see a post that he posted where it was like, he posted a calendar and he's like, no news day, no equals no trade. Like for him, that's just like easy. So it seems to be working very well for Mr. Ash.
I think about that a lot too. He's one of the he's probably the most consistent trader I know, but he's kind of like the little engine that could. He's like sometimes it feels like he's in the background and just doing his thing, and then he pulls up and he ends up with the biggest results. And I think that's really important to pay attention to.
Yes, exactly. For people who don't know, he took a $10,000 live account with MyFundedFutures and took out a ton of payouts from it. And so even after the payouts, he has a balance, or he did have a balance of $40,000. And that wasn't even that long of a time period. Yeah, it's incredible.
I've kind of noticed that too. So it's like the more frequently you trade, you generally, like, this isn't a hard and fast rule, but generally the more frequently you trade, the smaller trades you're taking. So you're depending on that high frequency to really bump your account up. But on the other side of it, you can end up taking fewer trades and use higher leverage on it and get the same result. So it's like you can have it's easier to have a perfect win rate with one trade than it is with 100 trades, and it's kind of that same thing. But the general idea is, if you're really waiting for that A+ setup, you're going to have fewer trades, but you're going to have bigger results for each trade. And it's not like there's a right way or a wrong way, but in general, a lot of the people that I aspire to trade like are doing those slower trades where they're being more picky and engaging with the market less, which sometimes I don't end up taking a trade in the day. And then that feels like I lost a little bit or something. I'm still working on that a little bit, but that really was my job, is to wait. Sometimes waiting and not taking a trade is the job. It's not worth throwing risk at something that's not a great setup just because I feel like I have to do something for the day. And I think we lose sight of that a lot as day traders sometimes. But the idea is we come to the computer every day to look for that opportunity. And sometimes that opportunity is there, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's weak, sometimes it's strong. And that's that judgment call that we're always making. And that's what ends up kind of determining who the really great traders end up being.
Yeah, it's so interesting how we're all trading from the exact same information, right? Like we're trading from the same data, we're looking at the same charts, and trader A will walk out with, thousands of dollars at the end of the month, and then trader B walks out with like blown accounts, and we're looking at the same charts. And to tie back to what you're saying, Barbie, it's like nuances that the traders that we aspire to trade like. It's like, okay, what are they doing that I'm not doing, or what am I doing that they're not doing? MyFundedFutures just dropped a poll. How did you do today so far? Are you up, bad, I am down, or neither? Break even, didn't trade.
One of the questions we get asked a lot is, how do you tell a lower probability day from a higher probability day? And there's a lot of things that go into that, but a lot of that is people wanting to focus their energies on the bigger days. So that's another thing. When that's a goal, that's another reason I don't want to put the same expectation and the same routine on every single day. I mean, the same routine with coming to the market, but as far as like, I'm not going to place a trade at 9:32 every day because that's when I should do that or something like that.
Oh, nice. Yojif passed an eval. Congrats. But didn't
Way to
take a
go.
trade in your live account. Ooh, does the market want to take out the highs? It keeps trying. It keeps trying to push out of this opening range, the 30-minute opening consolidation barcoding we have. It's pushing.
The way I look at it too is like we're not at a level yet, so I really, even though it looks like, oh, maybe I'm going to miss this, maybe I'm not. For me, it's just worth it to do business at a level. So still waiting.
It's like when you're waiting for your levels, Barbie, it's like you're waiting for a good price instead of just like hopping in like, ooh, it looks like the market is gonna run up. It's like, no, you're like, no.
Well, otherwise I
I'm
can't
gonna get
put
a
a
good
stop
price.
loss on it. Yeah, otherwise I can't put a stop loss on it that makes sense and protects my account. The stop loss has to make sense on the chart more than it should make sense. Like it's got to make sense on the chart first, and then it's got to fit in my account. So I don't just take any random trade and then make it fit in my account. I got to first see where the stop loss would be on the chart, see how many points that is. Does that have room in my account? And when we're between levels, it just doesn't, because I've got to pay attention to those swing highs and swing lows. That's basic price action trading. So there's just nothing to do in the middle. I seriously, right above my monitors, I have a TV. So when I'm not streaming, a lot of times I'm just watching random. Sometimes I just put on funny internet videos, like the IP channels where they'll just play funny videos all day and things like that.
Yeah, some people play like video games. I've thought about getting like a gaming system to, keep me out of touching this. Stay occupied while you're still participating. Yeah, it is these little tricks. How to participate and not get bored.
That's how my library of AI songs has grown so big too. Like, we need a new Trading Ranch anthem. Let's see what AI can come up with today.
Yeah, I'd love to hear some of those songs.
Oh, we play them on my stream.
Oh, fun.
So we play Limit Up Baby. That's Bubba's favorite. But yeah, I try to find just that's one of the nice things is we do kind of have some downtime, and I take advantage of alerts too, because I kind of have a routine where I'll sit in front of the computer for a few hours in the morning, and then I'm not. Then I'm making phone calls, cleaning up the house, checking on animals, all that sort of thing. But every single platform that I use, and I use multiple platforms, has a way to set alerts. So I can set it on a VWAP or a price level or any sort of thing. I can set up all kinds of alerts. So that way I don't have to feel, it gets rid of that FOMO. You don't have to feel like you're missing out. It does take a little bit of getting used to. And I think a lot of you guys are going to know what I'm talking about, and that feeling where you just can't peel yourself away from the screen, and you have to stay glued, or you might miss an opportunity, or you might miss an exit, or you might miss something. And I definitely felt that as a new trader, and that was something I had to kind of train out. But the alerts helped a lot, and I would still kind of peek in at charts sometimes, but just learning to kind of, the market's going to market whether we're watching it or not. So we can literally go take care of other things and then come back, whether that's just getting stuff done or enjoying your life. Both of those are really important, because I will say it till I'm blue in the face, but perspective is one of the most important things you can have for life, period. And so that includes trading. That includes not being awful to your partner or your spouse or whatever. That includes making good decisions for just your daily life. If you have perspective of what it's like in the rest of the world, it helps you appreciate the things that you have and also put in perspective what your goals are. Because I think we feel that a lot. It's there is somebody out there who it would change their entire world to live in the position where you are right now. And we feel our everyday struggles and everything, but at the end of the day, we really need to be able to appreciate what we have, and that's the easiest thing to forget. And I think that's why we end up pushing so hard in our trading sometimes too, and we feel like we have to get this all done today, because we don't really appreciate where we are and what we have. We all have something great, I promise. There's always something great. That's right, no luck, pure skill. It costs nothing to be kind. And it ends up you should probably feel good about being nice too.
Big rewards. Yeah, I think you posted something on X, Barbie, about it was like a riddle. And the riddle said something like, what costs you nothing, and what costs you nothing and can potentially give you a ton of opportunity? And then the answer was like, not being an asshole. I think I can say that.
So now Chad's wondering what it costs to be a jerk. And I think it costs your happiness in a lot of ways, because to pull that energy, and in order to put that energy on someone, in order to be a jerk to someone, you're pulling up that energy and having it in your body and holding it in your body. So you have that negativity in you, even if you're dishing it out to somebody else. It's just not productive. What does that accomplish? Then we end up in the position we're in right now, where everybody in the world wants to find a reason to hate each other and pick on each other or whatever. And that's not productive. It doesn't make your account balance go up. It doesn't make you more friends. I don't get it.
No, I know. It is not good for us. Market is sure barcoding. Just kind of stuck. News in 12 minutes. What kind of news is that?
That's always telling me there's something important coming.
Yes.
That's how I feel like. That's why I know Chat has FOMO. Y'all are always waiting for something.
On Forex Factory, it looks like FOMC member Miriam speaks at 10:45 Eastern.
We had Fed speakers all day yesterday. We had Fed speakers all day on Friday. So if y'all want to try to trade off of a Fed speaker, okay. But I kind of feel like they threw all these people in there to kind of fill in some void of some other things that are shut down. I'm not too crazy about it. Mirren tends to be dovish, but I mean, Mirren's talking again at the end of the day, and this keeps happening. So I'm not going to change my day because Mirren's speaking. Just I'm still looking at the next potential news we have is FOMC meeting minutes on Wednesday, which Nick is a hater of, but you guys, it's red folder for a reason. It doesn't mean that it's going to cause a major shift in the market. We're not expecting it to cause a major shift, but it'll sure eat up your stop loss if there's any surprise in there. And then, I mean, they threw Powell on Thursday too, and we'll see how this stuff comes out. I mean, the services that are trying to give you the news drops, they don't know either, because they don't. The question is, when's the government going to reopen? When's the government going to stop being shut down? And we don't know. You know, it's literally politics. They're literally playing a game of politics right now. But we will have some numbers come out. The ones that will come out will be the independent ones that don't come from the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. So the Michigan numbers will still come out. And right now the Fed's just having to read between the lines when they get these data points that aren't their true data points. So, I mean, the Fed's still having to work on that. So we'll see, but there will be kind of a catch up, and that could end up being a wild day. So there's a lot of people trying to figure out where's the trade in the government shutdown, and there's not a trade for the government shutting down. We do that all the time. The trade will be coming out of the government shutdown. Number catch up, there will be a trade, things like that, or whatever the agreement is and what the effects are monetarily with the government. And we have monetary policy and fiscal policy. There's all of these different chess pieces being moved right now. We just don't know when they're going where they're going to land. But until we have them land, we have a market that has bullish structure, and we can still wait for those levels. It's just without the catalyst, we're having to be a lot pickier, and there's going to be a lot more ranges that we're trading in. So that's why I keep kind of leaning onto range trading rules instead of breakout trading rules. I'm just not as excited about seeing a breakout. It's just not a super likely scenario in these conditions. So, and that's okay. I mean, I came from another career where my income wasn't guaranteed, and I might not have a paycheck for several months, and then I could have a massive paycheck. So I guess in some ways I'm kind of used to that cycle a little bit. But that is kind of how it goes. Like, some weeks are not going to have as much opportunity. Some weeks will have all of the opportunity. And it's all about showing up and identifying those opportunities when they're setting up so you can take advantage of them.
And being patient. Yeah, Barbie, I've totally screwed up accounts before where I knocked it out of the park when the opportunity came and the perfect trade came, and I knocked it out, home run, and then I just like did stupid things after, and then it's like, oh, all the profits gone, and then lost, and then it's like, oh, because yeah, not waiting for that perfect. I mean, there's no perfect, but waiting for those A+. I like that. 90 bid even says, if you want to be here for the good times, you got to be here all the time. Yeah. Even in mornings like this, like it's been almost an hour and markets opened, right? We're just kind of right where we opened. New York open. Oh, Baba June asked, Barbie, when are you streaming later?
I'll stream after my spot here. So I usually take a little break. So probably in about 20 minutes, I'll be over on my channel. And yeah, no. So no trades for me yet. I think Terry are you still in your short?
I am. Yeah, just patiently sitting in it. And
Terry likes to have quick trades.
I do.
This is testing Terry's patience in a different way.
It really is. That's so true. I do. I like the quick trades. I love the trades where you put it on, it just goes in your direction right away. You take barely any heat, and then I'm out like in less than 5 minutes. I love those trades. But yeah, this is, I'm in 5 micros, still short, and we're just waiting for that, hopefully, New York gap fill from New York's close yesterday. And I have my stop above pre-market high, and yeah, just targeting about 50 points. Just waiting. Yeah, Fukra, my TP is, let me see, what is it exactly? 187 right now. WeWap had a bad day. That sucks, WeWap.
Well, we'll just have to have a great comeback. But the
Mhm.
thing is, here's the video I put out. People are liking the video that I put out about the mindset trap that props can be one time, or not one time. They can do it a lot. But it's that reset button. So in props, you feel like you have a reset button, and so that's why you can end up taking worse trades in a prop firm than you would in your own account. I do that. But
Mhm.
it doesn't feel as real, and so having that reset button, you just, you get to respawn a new account, but you still don't want to be going through that routine. So that's why it's good, even if you are trading a prop and you don't have as much personal risk on it, it's still really good practice to work on the patience and the plan, really.
Mhm.
I know it sucks, but we don't want to keep doing it over and over and over again. So if whatever you were doing to get to this point with that account that's not happy today, it's time to reevaluate that plan. And it could just be taking fewer trades or having more patience. What I used to do, and this was coming from options a little bit, I was in a group where we would do options challenges, a lot of small account challenges. And it would be one trade a day, because then if you're in an options account, a small options account, you get one trade. So it would be like one trade a day, or it would be just make $20 on a $500 account kind of challenge. And those kind of challenges really, I think, helped get me into this point where I'm able to wait and able to be patient. So whatever it is, there's ways to translate this into futures. We've been talking about some of this in the Trading Ranch a little bit, but it would be putting just a challenge on yourself to maintain that same skill that you're working on every single day for an extended period of time. So it could be a challenge to just take one trade, or just only take micros, whatever it is, whatever you need to work on. So if you're over leveraging, you want to be working on taking smaller sizes. If you're over trading, you want to be challenging yourself to take just one or two trades a day. And whatever it is that got you to the point of the account blow up, you need to find a challenge to yourself and see if you can do that. One of the nice things about having like the monthly cycle on the prop evals is that's your time frame for the challenge, right? This month, here's the challenge. If I win the challenge, I get an eval. If I don't, try another challenge, something like that. But those little skills, those little drills and things, and again, we make sports analogies a lot. But a lot of the times, if you're struggling, even if an Olympic athlete is struggling at something, they're going to strip everything down and go back to basics and just work on those core foundational skills and then rebuild back up. And so I kind of took that same mentality into trading, where if there's too much going on and I'm just hitting a wall, then it's time to strip everything back and go back to basics and just work on that foundation, and build on that.
So good. Thank you, Barbie. W for Barbie, guys. Dropping gold every day. So the trade is starting to work in my favor. New York made a new low in New York price, but it's still kind of just like, not with some real conviction, but who knows, maybe we'll roll over soon. It's up by about $170. Thanks, guys. Practicing my patience sitting in a trade. So many different skills we have to develop. My goodness, there's so many different ones.
Okay, we're finally starting to move lower into kind of the first zone here, but I'm going to be real patient because there's just so much room.
Yeah.
So we're just kind of getting into the middle of yesterday's price action. So I want to see if we're going to keep heading lower into the 67.70 level. We may not get quite that low, but that's kind of my warning. I don't want to put a 10, 15 point stop on this. So I'm going to see. I can see if we move lower or we start getting that rotation here. Oh, right on cue too. It's like it's probably Ash's. It's time for Ash to take over. But that's kind of the idea that I'm looking at here.
Let's welcome Ash to the show. Ash, come on down.
Hey, good morning.
Good
There you
morning.
are. I was bragging on your discipline some more.
I really appreciate it. How's everybody doing today?
We're
Good.
doing good, but it's definitely one of those mornings where you're having to be really patient. So we're channeling our inner Ash. We're waiting for that setup.
We really are.
All-time highs is not exactly the easiest to deal with.
Definitely
For sure.
not. Well, we are going to take off, Ash, Barbie, and me, and we will see you tomorrow morning.
Alrighty, hope you guys have a nice day.
Thank you. You too. Bye, guys.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? Just going to take a moment to welcome everybody into my segment, and then we'll get into some of the information here. Good morning, DeQ. Good morning, MM. Good morning, Trader J. Good morning, NZR. Good morning, Mohammed. Good morning, Jenny. Good morning, Bilo. Mary, what's up? Zahid, what's up? Nicholas, good morning. Kale, good morning. Trades Like Smoke, good morning. Abhishek, how are you doing today? Good morning, Tone. Good morning, Mr. T. Good morning, Rajin. Good morning, Ethan. Nitcom, what's up? Oats Trades, how are you doing today? Good morning, Frank. Good morning, Adam. Good morning, Dana. Good morning, Mr. 10 Below. Good morning, Trader J. Good morning, Steven. Good morning, Patrick. Good morning, Trader Piera. Good morning, Maine. Good morning, IRT. Good morning, Mikey. Good morning, Roberto. Rocky Mountain Trader, how are you doing today? I love Chuck Roast. How are you doing today? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week is going well. See how everybody's doing today. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in chat if you've yet to trade today. See how everybody's doing today, and then we'll get into some of the information. Couple ones, couple twos. All right, seems pretty 50-50 so far. Couple more ones, couple more twos. It is pretty 50-50 today. All right, so let's update our weekly outlook. Let's get into our assets that we've been watching. Some of the weekly outlooks were quite beautiful, to say the least. We were looking for higher prices on ES and NQ. Quite simple logic here. There was no technical analysis that went into ES or NQ. It's very simple. Price continues to keep crushing new all-time highs. Okay. You don't really need any concepts to see that. We once again made another new all-time high here today on ES, along with NQ, also making new all-time highs. So very good job on the bullish outlook on NQ and ES. NQ did have a little bit of technical analysis behind it. NQ started the week at an area of support. Due to this area of support, we were looking for higher prices to new all-time highs, and we got that move. So beautiful bias there on NQ and ES. The new all-time highs were achieved. Very good job. Oil, we were looking for a move higher. We got a decent move higher to start the week there on Monday, but then we've been consolidating since. So it doesn't look like we've received a result to this bias yet. I would say the bias remains the same, and we'll see if we move higher or lower from here. We've just kind of been going sideways to start the week on oil. So I wouldn't say that's right or wrong yet. NQ and ES, I definitely got the new all-time highs that we were looking for. The dollar, beautiful bias on the dollar. We were looking for higher prices. This was the exact analysis we had for the dollar. We were looking at this area to act as an area of support. We were looking for a move higher to the swing high, and we got the move we were looking for. No, price does not need to go above the swing high for it to be correct. Okay? You don't have to force it to go just another point or two for you to take advantage of this beautiful move. We were looking at this area to be support. We gapped up to start the week. After gapping up, we've gone nicely higher. Beautiful bias there on the dollar. We got the move higher that we were looking for. Lastly is euro. Euro, we were looking for a move lower, as shown by the analysis here. We were looking for this area here to act as an area of resistance. Beautiful move lower here on Monday. Beautiful move lower here on Tuesday. The bearish bias there on EU was correct. And the same thing I have to say about the dollar. We're here at the target, okay? You don't need it to specifically go below the low for you to, take advantage of that move. We got a beautiful move lower here to start the week. We were looking for a move lower. We got the move lower. Very good job on the weekly outlook there. Let me know in chat if you have any questions regarding the weekly outlook before I move forward with my segment. Feel free to throw any questions or information into chat, but very simple. Go ahead and fact check me. Just go back to Monday's live stream. Take a look at the weekly outlooks that we had for euro, the dollar, ESNQ, and oil. So if you have any questions about the higher time frame analysis, feel free to throw that in chat before I move into intraday action and some predictions for today. I'll give it a minute to see if any questions come across, and then we'll move into some intraday action. Please show your bias analysis for oil. As I explained, I'm looking for higher prices in oil. We swept a swing low. Since we swept a swing low, I'm looking for a move higher to the FEG above. Do I trade gold? No, gold is not something that I focus on. I'm a proponent. I got it right this time. Proponent, not component. Proponent. Less is more. Quality over quantity. I don't think having 20 different assets to trade is going to give you better results. I think you should just focus on one or two things and get really good at it. All right. What's proponent? I kept saying component when the correct word is proponent. All right, so I don't see any other additional questions coming in about the higher time frame analysis. I'll give it just 1 or 2 more seconds to see if anything does. If not, we'll move into some intraday action. What's the lowest higher time frame you use for your analysis? I get a bias from the daily chart. The hourly chart is my market structure or higher time frame points of interest. The 5 and the 1 minute are entry time frames. Hi, Ash. Mind doing analysis on NG? NG, what's natural gas, right? All right, so natural gas looks like it found some support here from the daily gap. Looks like it is bullish, looking for the swing high. All right, so this would be the analysis I have. Looks like we found support here, and we're moving higher to the swing high. I would be bullish there on natural gas. So I obtain a bias. Then I look for a crack in correlation at a higher time frame level that aligns with that bias. If that occurs, then I'll go into the lower time frame to look for an entry function. What about Bitcoin? I'm a long-term bull on Ethereum and Bitcoin. I bought Ethereum and Bitcoin back in COVID. So I'm in Ethereum from 300. I bought it back here during COVID. Let's go to this. All right, I've been in Ethereum ever since 2020. Back here, I bought Ethereum at 300, and I believe the Bitcoin was 9,000. Yeah, so I got Bitcoin and Ethereum back during COVID. For me, that is not a day trade. For me, that's a long-term investment. That is just something that I placed my money there, thinking that I would be handing that down to my children someday. So, in my opinion, long-term investing is completely different than day trading. So it's a completely different conversation that has nothing to do with technical analysis. That has everything to do with fundamental analysis. I don't know. I'll ask MyFundedFutures if we're allowed to dive into that conversation. I know that we're focused on day trading here, but that's a completely different conversation. In my opinion, long-term investing, you don't operate the same as day trading. Ash, I've been wondering, does the model work on illiquid assets or low volume instruments? Do you adjust the model at all for those? I don't use those assets. So the assets that you're looking at right here are the ones that I trade. I focus on NQ and ES. So I would not be able to comment on that because I have no experience there. I focus on NQ and ES, the most liquid assets we have. What's the trading view symbol for natural gas? It's NG right here, natural gas. NG. What's your take on MES? MES is the micro for ES. So my bias in MES would be the same bias as ES. So anytime that I'm talking about NQ, anytime I'm talking about ES, it would be the same exact information for MES or MNQ. Any other questions or information regarding the higher time frame analysis, feel free to throw it in chat. If not, we're going to move into lower time frame or intraday action next. How do you feel about BTC making all-time highs, Ash? I feel great. The long-term bags love it. If you're talking about an analysis in terms of technical analysis, once again, Long-term investing is completely different than day trading. So it has nothing to do with technical analysis. Have you seen the silver chart? No, I don't focus on silver. As you can see, it's not even on the watch list. Same thing with gold. I really don't focus on gold either. Ash, I would love to get an idea of where, if price dips on BTC, would be a decent place to start positioning for long term. I have no clue. I have no clue. I can't tell the future. I do not have a crystal ball. Once again, long-term investing is not the same as day trading. So looking for a spot, that's not how I approach long-term investing. Do you prefer long-term investing for crypto? Yes, that is the only thing I do in crypto. I have long-term investments. I do not day trade crypto. Ash, you don't like trading gold? No, I do. I don't trade gold. Ash, do you scale in and out of your long-term investments? Yes. Yes. Ash, you say you never broke your 1 to 2 RR. How did you come up to a plan where you said this? That is incorrect. Maybe you're new to the stream or maybe not. There are no guarantees. Being 100% perfect all of the time is unrealistic. So, yes, I have broken rules. Yes, I have failed to have discipline sometimes. Yes, I have failed to have patience. There's been many times where I missed a trade, messed up a trade, messed up my risk management. I have failed many, many, many times. So that is just an incorrect statement. It's very unrealistic to think that you're never going to break a rule. That's not realistic. What's your thoughts on order flow trading? It's not something that I do, but any system works. It's the operator executing the system. Okay, it's a matter of the individual that is executing. It's not the system. Also, you recommend using BTC futures for Tradeovate passing evals? Nope. Once again, I do not day trade crypto. Please go over how NQ is setting up. Yeah, we can start to go into some intraday action. So let's take a look. All right, so we don't have any levels to be executing from yet. Let's take a look. Right, so I'm bullish. When I'm bullish, I look to position myself at higher time frame levels. The higher time frame levels that I would want to be using when I'm bullish are swing lows or FVGs. Okay, so notice how within this price leg, right, there's no FVG right here. So I'm not interested in this level. We do have a swing low down here. We do have an FVG down here. So I'm bullish, but right now is not the area that I would be looking for long positions. So in terms of how price is currently setting up, I'm not interested in looking for short positions because I'd rather trade aligned with the higher time frame order flow. It's very clear and very easy to say NQ and ES continue to keep making new all-time highs. So price is very bullish, right? Even with an intraday move lower, I would still, right? We're getting an intraday move lower. But I would still only look for long positions because of how bullish the higher time frame is. The areas that I would want to look for long positions are below old swing lows or inside of bullish fair value gaps. So what that means for right this moment is I'll wait for price to get to some of these areas before considering any type of position, right? So I'll be patient. I will wait for price to go lower into an area that would be bullish before looking for a long position. I do not need to short it on the way down. You do not need to understand every single price fluctuation. You do not need to be in a trade every single day. Right now, I'm waiting. I will wait for price to get to an area of interest for long positions. That is my current intraday analysis. So we'll see if price could either do this or this. Let it get to a higher time frame level. Then, when it gets to the higher time frame level, look for a Kraken correlation, right? SMT against ES. Then I would start to look for positions. Until then, I'm going to be patient and I'm going to wait. All right, so same thing here on ES. ES is at least at a gap. We'll see if ES could go to the swing low. If ES could go to the swing low, we'll look for a Kraken correlation here. And then we'll look for a position. So currently just being patient and waiting for price to get to a higher time frame level. Then I will look for a Kraken correlation. Then I'll go down to a lower time frame to look for an entry function. Ash, do you strictly move to break even after a certain R? I don't move to break even. The results in a trade that I look for are a loss or a win. I don't do break even. So it's either minus 1R or plus 2R for me. Could we get levels for ES? Yep. So the level that I would be looking at, right? So there's a fair value gap right here. And then there's a swing low here. So the two areas, right? I'm most interested in this area here because as of right now, price is not showing any support from the fair value gap. So I'm most interested in the swing low, which is marked there at 6774. And these are the levels I would look at on NQ, which is down here at 25,170 and 25,127. So we'll wait to see. We're just being patient right this moment. Right. So, and it's very simple, right? Same thing as every other day. Here's a downtrend, right? So in terms of how do you know when price is finding support? How do you know when price is turning around? Here you go, right? It's price is clearly in a downtrend, right? We're making lower lows and lower highs, right? This is a downtrend, lower lows and lower highs until price breaks the downtrend. I would still consider price moving lower. So the thing that would make it look like price is turning around is if it broke the downtrend. Same thing there with NQ, right? We're just downtrend, 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 downtrend. It would have to break the downtrend, find support from the area that it broke out from to start heading higher. Okay, very simple stuff. So that's what we'll watch for today. We have a downtrend. We're going to consider price to keep moving lower unless it breaks the downtrend. That's simple. That's simple. Do you trust making a trade without SMT? I want to see SMT to get into a position. There is more conviction with having SMT. Have I taken trades without SMT? Yes. Once again, I am far from perfect. There are many times where I break rules. There are many times where I fail to have discipline or fail to have patience, right? Yes, it's higher conviction when there's SMT, but yes, I've also taken trades without SMT. If Ash is breaking his rules, it's over. No, it's just understanding that there's no such thing as perfection. If you truly think that you can do something perfect 100% of the time, in my opinion, that's very unrealistic. You have to have grace with yourself. Because, for example, if you do think you're going to be perfect, that moment in time where you make a mistake, then you're going to be really pissed off at yourself. And that tilt that comes from those emotions, that's what's going to ruin accounts. So instead, have grace with yourself. Understand that you could be perfect 70% of the time. And when you make a mistake 30% of the time, it's okay. It's a learning opportunity. It's a chance to gain more conviction in your business. It's a chance to fail forward. So you will have mistakes. You should not allow those to deter you from continuing to get better. How low do you think NQ will go? Again, I don't have a crystal ball, okay? Price can and will do whatever it wants whenever it wants to. What I do here is I efficiently react to price, right? So me efficiently reacting to price right now is me saying, here's the game plan. I'm looking at this level here as an area of support. I'm looking at this level here as an area of support. The way that I will know that it's acting as an area of support is if when price gets to that level, it then breaks the downtrend. So until that happens, I'm going to just wait and watch price because I have no interest in shorting. I'm only looking for longs. The thing that will make me look at a long is exactly what I just explained. Ash, do you journal all of your trades? So I journal on Twitter. I journal in Discord. I also do these live streams. So I have recordings of all of my live streams for multiple years. So I can hear the things that I'm thinking. I can see the real-time actions. I can see how I'm reacting to the information in real time. Okay. And then I also journal in Discord and Twitter so that I could also have different forms, like writing it out. Therefore, I could read it, I could listen to it, I could watch it. I have multiple different forms, all different learning opportunities. Any other questions, any other information, feel free to throw it in chat. If not, what we'll be currently watching is we have multiple levels here that we're looking for to see if price ever finds support. If it finds support, it will look like price is breaking out of the downtrend. If that happens, then I would look for longs like that. Ash, how long did it take you to develop this level of discipline? It's still a work in progress. It's been 7 years of day trading. I'm still a student of the game. I look to show up and work and learn every single day. It's still a work in progress. So if you're not willing to be a forever student, then this might be a really hard business for you because you'll learn something in your 7th year. You'll learn something in your 10th year. You'll learn something in your 12th year. You're always learning. The market is always teaching you something new. Why are you looking for support on the 5-minute instead of the higher time frame? Once again, these are hourly levels. Okay, I pointed to an hourly swing low. for both NQ and ES. Okay, so this was the level on ES. So that's just an incorrect statement. We looked at an hourly chart and pointed to an hourly level. Gold is on a streak, made a new high. Yeah, gold has been just as bullish as NQ and ES. Gold has been crushing new all-time highs day after day after day. Trend is your friend until the end of the trend. And look at that. I mean, that is just the definition of bullish right there. How do you decide on the 5-minute or the 1-minute? You look at your data. Okay. Right. So if your data shows you that you're better at executing on the 5-minute chart, then you should focus on the 5-minute chart. If your data shows you that all of your losses come from the 1-minute chart, then you should get off of the 1-minute chart. So it's from collecting data and learning from your prior experiences. Ash, do you use or look at candles to the left? I use the most recent information. I look to focus on the most recent information. All right, so I'm not really concerned about what happened over here. I'm concerned with the most recent information. Hi, Ash. After you find your higher time frame, when you next look for a cracking correlation, what time frame usually is the cracking correlation you search for? I'd rather see a higher time frame cracking correlation. So a 15-minute or an hourly. Like I would rather see it on the daily chart, the hourly chart. I want to see it on a higher time frame. In my opinion, the higher time frames hold more influence than lower time frames. Right? Like I'm not interested in a 1-minute SMT. So on the higher time frames. Thank you, Ash. Now I need to figure out how to journal my trades. I think you should be recording your sessions, right? We're doing a live stream here. So I could go back and watch this live stream at any point in time, right? So recording your sessions is very good. That way you can see and hear what is happening in real time. So that is one type of journaling. Then you should also open your own Discord. In the Discord, that's where you can take screenshots of the chart, and then you can type out what you're feeling. You can type out what you're thinking. You can type out what you want to see or how you're going to execute it. In my opinion, having multiple forms of journaling will give you multiple learning opportunities. Ash, did you struggle with psychology when you were starting, or have you always been inclined to be risk averse? I've gone through all of the things that all traders go through. I still go through those, right? So let's just take a moment to understand that when you become profitable, that does not guarantee that you will always remain profitable. Okay? It's always a work in progress. You will always deal with these issues. This is what day trading is. You will go through periods of lack in discipline. You will go through periods of lack in emotional control. This is not something that just gets fixed and stays fixed. It's something you will always have to deal with. Okay, so yes, I've struggled with psychology. Yes, it still happens every now and then. I'm a day trader. That is what day trading is. These are the obstacles that you're going to have to deal with throughout all of your time in being a day trader. In your first year, in your 5th year, in your 10th year, in your 20th year, you're always going to have to deal with these situations. Oh, chat. Take a look at the code. The nice little surprise there. I almost didn't even notice it. Check out the code, chat. Check out the code. Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. Throw a W in chat. Sneaky. No music or anything. It's got to be entry, right? 5. Oh, is that entry? What is? Hold on. I wasn't even looking. What was it? What was it? Was it N for entry? 5-minute entry? Right, it's got to be N, right? I don't even know. You tell me. I'm not sure, to be honest. Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways, though. Congratulations. Congratulations. Another day, another giveaway. Love to see it. Love to see it. So, pretty simple logic here, chat. Pretty simple logic here. Price never broke out of the downtrend. So, thinking that price is still heading lower, there's your answer. All right, we just got a nice dump below those levels. I've taken 5 payouts today. Wow. Congratulations to TT Trading. Throw a W in chat for TT Trading. 5 payouts today. Huge. That is massive. Love to see it. Congratulations. Yeah, so pretty simple logic here, chat. Right? We made it to the level. Price never broke the downtrend. Right? So there's no reason to be thinking that price is finding any support. Downtrend. Never broke out of the downtrend. We just kept heading lower. Pretty simple stuff there. Was there any news or anything? That's a pretty decent dump there. Was there any news? Is the government shutdown finally done or something? What's the deal? Nvidia news, is that right? Let's take a look at Nvidia real quick. Definitely getting a dump, that's for sure. Any news? Throw it in chat if you're finding any news. That was a pretty decent dump. Fed news? What would be the Fed news? Oracle lost big. Fed speaking. Decent dump there. What is Oracle? Oracle is yeah. Oracle lost 100 mil from NVIDIA Blackwell rentals. Decent dump there. Yeah, something light. Just 100 mil. Do you only consider red folder news, or otherwise do you look at other news as well? I'm only concerned with the red folders. I am only considered with the red folders. Made 1,500 with that drop. Congratulations. Very nice. Very, very nice. For the break in the downtrend, do I need to wait for a candle closure? Price either goes above the line or it does not. Right? Price breaking the downtrend would be price going above the line. We're the EMA traders today. They're probably killing it. Let's throw some EMAs on here real quick. Remember the conversation we had about the 9, 21, and 55? Let's take a look at them real quick. Probably made a killing today. Let's take a look. Opening range low, opening range high. Finally closed below the opening range, giving some sort of direction. 9 EMA being your short-term trend, 21 EMA being your support or resistance, 55 EMA being your longer-term trend. Look at these short opportunities. Short at resistance, short at resistance. Trend lines don't work though, right? Where are the trend line traders at? Missed out on those shorts. There's no reason to feel any way about it. If you have any kind of fear of missing out, that's the intrusive thought that's going to get you into a lot of bad positions. There will always be another opportunity. There's never a reason to have any kind of feeling about this. Fall in love with the process. Allow the results to be a byproduct of it. Fall in love with the process. Allow the results to be a byproduct of it. So I got another 10 minutes or so with you all here. If you have any questions or information regarding this business, feel free to throw it in chat. As of right now, for me, no positions for me. I'll continue to keep waiting. I really don't care about the move lower. The higher time frame is what means everything to me. It's pretty simple. These intraday moves lower are just, in my opinion, opportunities that are setting up long opportunities. So until the daily chart says otherwise, I'm going to remain bullish. Today is just a day that bullish setups are not appearing, right? So I have no issue just waiting. What's up with my background? It is a green screen. That is what's up with my background. Let's see, did we take out? Yep. All right, so London and Asia lows have been taken out. Let's throw a prediction on there. Chat. Does the dump continue or do we bounce from this area? All right, so type 1 in chat if we recover from the dump. Type 1 in chat if we recover from the dump. Type 2 in chat if the dump continues. Who thinks we're going to continue to keep heading lower? Who thinks we're going to get some kind of bounce from this dump? Type 1 in chat if we can recover. Type 2 in chat if we're going to continue to keep heading lower. What do you think? Bunch of ones so far. Couple twos in there, but mostly ones. Up 1.5K on a core account. Nice job, Chess Trades. Very good job. I think we'll continue to keep heading lower to 25.25 and then bounce. See where 25.25 is. All right, a little bit lower. Let's take a look at where's the equilibrium. Hold on. Is in settings where I don't want the fib. Is it loading? Is that what's going on here? Yeah, I don't want the fib. Hold on, give me a second. Let's see when this loads. Yeah, I was looking at perfect timing, Cookie. I was looking for 50% of the previous day range. I was about to put my I'm not looking for settings. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why that was taking forever to load. This is what I was looking for. Premium or discount. So if we were to remain bullish, in my opinion, 50% of the previous day range would be an area to look for a bounce. That's what I was waiting for. So let's see if, let's put 50% of the range on here. And let's see if there's any type of bounce happening. Not yet. If they want to go in and validate this FEG, that would make it look like there's some form of change in the state of delivery. We are currently at the 50% of the previous day range. So if we were to try to bounce, I would want to see this be invalidated. So like this. If that does not, oh, wrong arrow. So if we do not invalidate the FEG and then turn it into support, then I would think that we're going to continue to keep heading lower. But if we can invalidate the FEG, then turn it into support, then I would think we can recover a bit. I full port my accounts too much. Ooh, that sounds like a tough road. What's the reasoning behind that? We should probably dive a little deeper into that, Grim, because full porting accounts, that's a tough road to go down. Sounds like a lot of expenses. That sounds like a lot of blowups. Is there no delayed gratification? Is that what's going on here? Are we not using enough capital, maybe? Right, majority of people try to full port their accounts because they want larger returns in a shorter period of time, just to lead themselves into blowups. Reality of the situation is you should find a system that works for you and then gain more capital to get larger returns. Trying to full port accounts, in my opinion, that's not how you get larger returns. You get larger returns by having a process that's repeatable, and then you repeat that process with larger capital. So if you want to dive a little deeper into that conversation, we could talk about it. Hopefully can help fix that situation. If not, it's completely okay. I'm just here to help. So pretty much now that we got the dump, very simple understanding here. Either this provides resistance for price and we head lower, or we invalidate it by going above it, we turn it into support, and then we can get a recovery. Only two options really we're looking at. That's what we'll look for the rest of the session. Trying to get multiple sim-funded accounts quickly instead of using my slower grinding strat to pass. Yeah, it sounds like a delayed gratification issue then. The quicker you try to push the button, the quicker you are to blow up. This is a work smarter, not harder type of business. Okay. Dealing with delayed gratification is key. Having patience, making educated decisions instead of impulsive ones. Those are all things that are going to lead to better results than trying to push your luck. If you try to push harder, you're going to get worse results. So, in my opinion, if you're trying to shorten the timeline by full porting, you're going to see a lot of blown accounts, which means a lot more expenses. So, going to have to figure out a way to become more patient, going to have to figure out a way to deal with delayed gratification. But if you're going to keep full porting, it's going to be a rough road. just know that your current results do not determine your future ones, right? This is the normal progression of a trader. Everyone goes through these situations. Everyone deals with these obstacles. You are not alone, but it will be you that has to make the conscious decision to make the change. And then it will be you that needs to have the discipline to implement the new actions to better your results. It really comes down to a simple decision. Do you want to keep giving in to your impulses? Do you want to keep giving in to instant gratification? Or are you going to take the necessary steps to bettering your results? Are you going to find some patience? Are you going to find some mental and emotional control? Are you going to deal with delayed gratification? That's what it's going to come down to. How long did it take for your P&L to reflect on your efforts? In my personal opinion, it still doesn't reflect on my efforts. I think the amount that I've put into this business doesn't even have a number that would result in it reflecting my efforts. This is something that I've focused on every single day for the past 7 years of my life. You would think that I would be a multi-millionaire by now, right? That's how much effort has been put into this. But the results don't show that, right? So in my opinion, I don't think that's a good thing to measure. I think you should just focus on the process and allow the results to be a byproduct. I don't even think you should be measuring your results. I think you should just be focusing on working hard. Just wake up looking to get 1% better than your prior self every single day. You still think higher, Ash? I don't know when you joined the stream. I specifically pointed to a downtrend, and what I said about it is we are not changing direction unless we break out of this downtrend, right? So no, I was never thinking higher. What I was telling you was the thing that would show me price is trying to turn around would be if price broke out of the downtrend, then turn that area into support for higher prices. If you look at that downtrend from the beginning of the segment, we still have not broken out of it. So no, I don't think higher until price says otherwise. Looks like your chart has delay. No, unless the stream has a delay, you would see the delayed symbol up here. I have real-time data. I do not have a delay on my chart. Right, so let's go over here real quick. You'll see the difference. Oh, maybe I have real-time data here too. I have real-time data. So no, this is not delayed. Alrighty, chat. That is the end of my segment, though. Stick around for Tom's segment. I know he has a lot of value to share with us. Do me a favor, throw a bunch of W's in chat for Tom as we welcome him up onto stage. I hope everybody has a phenomenal day. I will see you all tomorrow. Let's hand the mic over to Tom.
Welcome. Hello, everybody. It's good to be back again. Thank you, Ash. W's in the chat for Ash as well. Thank you so much. This was a great session, as always. I just can't state that enough. This was great, to say the least. Welcome, chat and everybody. Special hello to the hosts and the mods. Lucas, Abhishek, good to see you. And Danny and Magnus are here as well. Good to see everybody. What a day, right? What a day. Good to see you guys in chat. Ladies and gents, well, we're at it. Look at this. We are going for a previous day low. What's happening? That yeah, 25K and 45. And we have that new week opening gap high on my chart. This is the micro at 24,994. You know, quite interesting. I have a very strong conviction that we are going to break this level, maybe in the PM session, but who knows? Let's go. Good to see you guys. Welcome. So yeah, I really, I usually have like 30-40 minutes before I finish up my own stream, and I always, the first thing is to tune into Ash as a segment, and it's just amazing, all the information. Look at this. Now we're just breaking through that level. I kind of have that feeling that we might go down to be that at 994. 25K is on the horizon. I remember when we were having those huge sell-offs in April, like I think NQ was dropping like 1,000 points in like an hour or so, 2 hours, something like that. So it was quite amazing. And I was just talking about this in my stream, like, the markets are obviously not moving the same way as they were in the first like quarter of the year, or maybe the second quarter. All those tariff announcements, like the trade wars and everything, like definitely moved the market. But nowadays, I was expecting more from September, but we'll see. October still looking good. I said this many times, even to Matt, that I'm really looking for a great correction here, like at least like I would say 1,000 points, maybe not in one session, but somewhat. Oh, Trump is meeting with Canadian Prime Minister. Okay. Is it happening today? Okay. Or is it happening right now? That could be the reason. Who knows? I haven't checked the news feed yet. How's everybody doing, by the way? Raphael, finally we reached 4K. Finally. But it's a good thing. Now, all right, it's good to know. So tell me, I hope nobody lost an evaluation and or funded account. I hope nobody lost anything, right? We definitely need to move forward, and we need to focus on proper risk management. And I really hope that you guys were not full porting the long positions at these all-time highs. I hope. DM, come on. Green, good to see you. Yeah, it's I know, it's part of the game. I know. It just happens. We cannot do anything about it. Angie, sorry to hear that. The good thing, and that's why you need to be here at MyFunded TV. Stick around, energize, clean, just clear your mind and relearn. This is also, the reason why we're here at MyFunded TV is to repeat the knowledge, repeat the information, repeat that we should know every single day. Short was also a gamble. I actually, I wanted to short earlier, so I was not trading the London session today. I wanted to short earlier this let me just go down to the 1 minute for a minute. So my plan was to go short after this liquidity sweep here, right here. There was a nice little sweep, happened almost at 10 a.m. But anyway, then the market started to go lower, kind of like created this inversion gap at 2 minutes before 10 a.m. And so my plan was to go short. And of course, my stop loss was here. My TP was at 211, and you can imagine, like, boom, stop loss was taken. And after that, went to the TP. Yeah, it was my mistake. The market just did what it used to do. But this was the only play I had for the New York AM session, nothing more. So I told you guys how many times I lost funded accounts, evaluation accounts by trying to chase the price. And that's something you shouldn't do as well. Like, if you think that this is just going to drop down to the new week opening gap, yeah, it's possible. But usually this is exactly, and by the way, it happened right here. Like, look at that. This is exactly what happened to me multiple times. Like it was just like 10 points away from previous day low. Imagine if you shorted here because you were sure that it's going to go 10 points down there. And what was the bounce here? 65 points. The perfect example why I don't like to chase the price. And you shouldn't be chasing price as well. Raphael, thank you. See you later. Thanks for being here. All right. Last week's low's coming. Could be. Look at that. New week opening gap high. It's in free fall. And before I dive into some topics, it's just amazing to see what's happening. Quick look on gold. All right. Before we go further, just a quick look on gold. Was also trying to look for some trades, but because it was, just pushing higher and higher, I'm not going to ban him. No, Karan. No. Of course not. So I had absolutely no targets or positions on gold, not even in the AM session here. So I skipped the London session. I had some things to do, but it seems like there was nothing here. Yeah, no zones, nothing. And as far as I can tell right now, there is one demand zone at 3984.8, but it's not looking too good. So I wouldn't do anything with this. Yeah. Actually, there is one level here, but it's way down there. This is actually a perfectly, this is a good example. And before we go on with our topics, I'm going to show you why this could be a good demand zone. Like this happened still in the London session, so that's good. As there was a liquidity sweep and moving higher, and this is the 5-minute chart on gold. This created, not a textbook one, but it's still valid. This created a fair value gap right there. So we had a pullback on gold with these bearish candles just before 5 a.m. Like it was 445, 450. We had a pullback. Orders were picked up here. And look at the strong movement higher. Obviously, we had the market structure shift right here. And we had another one. These are the patterns that I'm looking for every single day. So we had another one. And, this was kind of like a confirmation that started the whole move on gold to push higher, right? From that area right there. And this is why I kind of like that. I'm not saying that we're going to go down there and, today or maybe not even tomorrow, but for future reference, and maybe we're going to talk about it tomorrow, I'm just going to mark this level. And this is going to be a really good 5-minute demand zone right here. All right. So 5-minute demand zone. I'm going to leave this one for tomorrow, and we'll see how price is reacting around this level. All right, that would be interesting. Look at this drop here on gold. There is a market structure shift going on right now. So yeah, perfect market structure shift. If anyone wants to short gold, this is really looking good. I mean, I'm not going to jump in because this is just not that time of the day for me, but look at that. If there would be a fair value gap left after this down close candle, why not? It can also be like a bearish, no, it's not going to be a bearish breaker, but it can still be quite a good trade. Look at that. Wow. Oh, something. Everybody get ready. I'm going to help you out. Don't worry. I feel some freebies are coming. Get ready, everybody. Come on. Buy the dip 30. Oh my gosh. 30 free resets. Everybody. Get ready. Buy the dip 30. You got to be quick on this one. You gotta be quick. Let's go. We love the free resets. Congratulations to those of you who got it. Buy the dip 30. Exactly. Gotta be super quick. So this could be a potential setup. The problem, again, as I said, is there going to be enough time for the market to go down there? I'm not sure. But let's go back to NQ. Let's go back to NQ, and I guess, oh my gosh, we were so close. We were so close to that new week opening gap. Why 30 now? The music is great. I love it too. And, you know, because there's so many free stuff at MyFunded TV, the least that you can do is please like the stream, subscribe to MyFunded TV if you haven't already. You know, the goal is to reach that 100K sub. And yeah, we're going to get there. It's a fact. It's just a matter of time. And we're going to get more. So share the link, share the stream, push the like, smash the like, and let's show YouTube that this channel is just getting huge. Oh, introducing, come on. I love the music. I think it's just super emotional. I love it. Yeah. Danny, yesterday I said, I mean, again, let me just say happy birthday to you, Danny. Yesterday I thought that you were here, but I missed you. Absolutely, Danny. You're the man. Everyone hates the come on, man. We love the free stuff. That's why we're here. So yeah, in terms of trade setups, that was the only one I was looking for. There was nothing else. Actually, there was, but it wasn't like a picture perfect setup. There was another demand zone down here from the London session, but it wasn't like there was just a minor liquidity sweep here. It would have been better to sweep some more liquidity from the Asia session. But anyway, was there any chance to catch this move? No, there was not. Usually when I try to go for these levels, I'm looking for at least some sort of a retracement in this case. So pullback or retracement. Usually that's what I'm looking for. But since it did not happen on this drop, it was almost impossible to catch this. If you just jump in to a sell, it can easily, you know, bounce higher. Safer entries were right here on these fair value gaps higher. And maybe we had another one right here. So these were the safest entries if you wanted to go for this level. But anyway, these are the technical stuffs. Or technical stuff. All I can tell you guys is that don't chase it. With a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, you might be able to catch the new week opening gap high at 994, but that's it. I'm not taking anything. So how's everybody, by the way? I know I asked it earlier, but do you guys have any questions about trade setups, risk management levels, or anything else trading regarded? Let me know. Yeah, so I'm asking because I wanted to talk about some, I would say, simple things. Usually we talk about why we need to simplify our trade setups, right? Why we need to simplify everything around trading, and why we need to avoid the so-called analysis paralysis, right? We just need to do, we must do everything what we can to avoid being confused by all the trade entries and rules and everything. If you're just using a simple trend line entry, that's fine too. I'm not saying like there should be just only one rule. Remember, having a simple entry setup does not mean that you should not be learning about the context, about the market structure, about the big picture stuff, higher time frame analysis. All these things are just inevitable. You just need to do that. And then if you understand what's going on in the market, then then yeah, you can simplify your entry model. Full port Nico, $1 gazillion. All right, good to see. Good to know. All right. So there's no shortcut by just simplifying a simple entry and you just completely ignore the big picture things. You cannot ignore the context. And obviously, the more chart time goes by, the more you will understand that you just need to do the pre-analysis, and that no matter what entry model you're using, it's just not going to work in itself. Okay. So I don't know. Giveaways are not my department. I do my best to help you guys out. But the thing is, you know, by keeping it simple, like every trader usually starts simple, right? Because I remember when I started trading, I was just looking for a very simple strategy, something that I can replicate. And I one of the reasons why I lost so much money, like back in those years when I was trading my personal cash account without even having a prop account or whatsoever, because I thought that I can replicate a simple entry model, and it will be so awesome if I can just replicate the entry. And, you know, just print money all the way. It's not about that. Even if you ignore the context, if you ignore the risk management or how to calculate risk properly, you know, that's just going to be a straight line to blowing up your account. That's just a one-way street to blowing up your account. All right. So one of the common mistakes, by the way, I realized it on my own as well, and I see it on some other traders too, because I used to talk with some people on Discord and on also some messages on Twitter and here and there, and I keep seeing this mistake from many new traders that they want to simplify by just replicating an entry model. They think that, you know, for example, the ICT 2022 entry, if they just learn it, because there are lots of 5-minute videos about how to use that entry model. And unfortunately, many new traders think that, okay, 5-minute video, done. I noticed everything. And now I can just go in with a prop account or with many evaluation accounts, or even with your personal cash account, and you can just burn money. It's not about that. So every trader usually starts simple because they think it's simple. Then they start adding to the chart, right? And it's just not just about an entry model or a concept or any concept for that matter. But they keep adding to the charts, like more indicators, more confirmations. For example, where's the fair value gap? Where is the first presentation? Where is this pullback? Where is that Asia high? Where is that London high? More and more confirmation, more and more rules. And you know that you're just building a trap for yourself, okay? And basically they do that until they can't even pull the trigger. Or even if they pull the trigger, there's going to be like contradicting signals by different concepts, different indicators, right? But you guys all know that. Right? We all know that. It's a red day, Ethan. What happened? Come on. I hope you didn't lose. Look at that. We just tagged a new week opening gap. Boom. I think this is it. This is it. If anyone was holding a short position, if I would have been holding a short position, this would have been my absolute final TP right here. This was the move. I think my personal opinion, this was the move for today, and this is it. Obviously, we can drop furthermore, and if we do, you shouldn't care about that at all. Oh my God, it looks like it might go for that Friday low, but you shouldn't care at all. Okay, let's see how far. Almost 300 points, which is good. I wanted to see something like this. What's the sell side from Friday? The sell side from Friday is 923. Quite interesting. 923. My trading view is super slow. I don't know why is this. My trading view chart is absolutely slow. So as I was saying, many traders, even I would say more experienced traders, I did that too, as I was, trying to get those payouts, as I was trying to get more, confidence or layer of confidence on my trading model. It was like years ago. Yeah, Nicholas, it was really almost 300 points. Yeah. So I was also adding indicators, concepts for that matter. And I just realized that, man, this is going to mess me up real good. But usually like the better or the best traders don't trade the most complex systems. And I realized that on my own as well. Yeah, I was also being told, but I realized that too. Like I keep seeing, of course, also in social media as well, but I also know a few successful traders, constantly profitable traders here in my country too. And what I realized, for example, I know someone, he's not trading prop firms, he's trading his own account on Forex, just a little bit of extra information. And he's using support and resistance and nothing more. He does not have any indicator, nothing at all. He just starts on the 1 hour time frame, actually 4 hour time frame, then goes down to the 1 hour, draws the levels, support resistance levels, and goes all the way to the 5 minute maximum and takes like 2 or 3 trades a week. And that's it. Wow. I was, and I was amazed, like that's all, no extra concept, no extra layer of confluation, nothing, So I'm just always surprised, like usually the most simple things are the best ones, usually in trading, is what I realized. But just my 2 cents on the dollar, right? So as I said, the better or best traders usually are not using complex systems. And usually they trade like the simplest ideas with, of course, flawless discipline, because that's the key. All right. Abyss, what happened? Wrecked on both. Come on, man. All right. It seems like tomorrow we're going to do a, I don't know, some kind of a mental progress session or something on my YouTube channel. I don't know. Yeah, Abyss, I'm sorry to hear that. So I was saying, like, usually like complexity looks smart, right? Because we see some sort of a special superb indicator system, and you start, those feelings start to emerge, like, oh my God, this will be it. This looks good. I think this is really good. And the problem is that it's complex. It looks smart, but it's complex. And simplicity is the one that pays. It's okay. All right. And so I keep asking myself, like, why traders overcomplicating everything? Like, why do we overcomplicate? And it's again what we talked about yesterday. It's the illusion of control. Because traders think that adding more rules or indicators equals more certainty. And that's a trap. That's actually, we're just lying to ourselves. We keep on adding more stuff to the chart. We keep adding more concepts. You keep learning more, I mean, obviously, yes, we're learning, but before you add it to your everyday day trading session or entry model, you got to do your homework and do the back testing and forward testing as well, at least for 3 months, but that's another thing. Okay. I could actually talk as a different topic, like when to add extra layer of confluences, like indicators or any other concepts to your already existing and working trading model. Because if you have something that is working, And by the way, the secret is always going to be risk management. And if you have something that is working, why do you want to add more? But we're going to get there too. Okay. Why do you want to add more? You shouldn't. There's no need for it. Okay. And that's why I'm saying there's kind of an illusion of control. You want to control the market by adding always more and more stuff to the chart. Okay. But in reality, complexity just hides your fear of being wrong. And that's why you got to be very careful if you're adding too much indicators or concepts to your entry model. All right. At least that's what I think. And yeah, there's also another thing. I call it like information addiction. Kind of a fancy name for it, but it's like information addiction. Like it's not just about ICT, but nowadays, because of social media, there's always something new coming out on social media, on YouTube, on Twitter, everywhere, on every platform. Someone puts out some new concepts, some new indicators, a new algo, something that really looks like the holy grail, this next shiny object that we want to get to help us in trading. I call it, I would say the same for all of these things, like information addiction. Because like every YouTube video adds another secret edge. There's so many, like endless amount of YouTube videos. Like, oh, I found the next best thing. This is going to make you 98% profitable by using this little trick on the chart. Oh my God, I keep seeing those videos all the time. And you keep stacking tools instead of sharpening your skill, which already helps you to make those profits. Satish, more profiling adding methods make more difficult to get entry into. Oh, that's true. Absolutely. That's just going to make it more difficult. That's why I'm saying, like, I got this question, like, I don't know, like endless amount of times, like, hey, Tom, why you're not following ICT this year? Or I don't follow, not because I hate him or something. I'm just not following him because I learned what I wanted back in 2022 and a little bit in 23. I'm okay. I'm done. I'm moving on. And this is what you should understand too, that after some time, and this is why the time factor is also something that is inevitable in trading, after a certain amount of time, you will also realize that, hey, you wouldn't even notice, by the way. You wouldn't even notice. It could take you for like 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years, different path for everybody, different journey. But you wouldn't even notice. You just realize that, hey, man, I'm trading my own method. And you won't even know when you shifted or when the change was made. You will just, and because you're getting more and more experienced, and you will realize that, hey, that's so cool. I started at, for example, ICT. I started at wherever, and now I'm trading my own model. Anyway, just my personal realization is what I'm sharing. So, but if you guys have any comments about that or questions, let me know. So again, this is sort of like an information addiction. All right. And there's also one more thing. We don't really think about that too much, but there's also a fear of simplicity. Because if I would tell you, like, hey, you can make money, you can make payouts from your funded account with a simple trend line strategy, then you might be saying, like, oh, I don't think so. That's like, no. So if the price breaks or there's a down close candle, and there's just 2 or 3 simple rules to that trend line break, and you would say, no, that's not it. But you keep forgetting what I just said earlier. Like, there are some 5-minute videos, 10-minute videos out there on YouTube, how to use a trend line break as an entry model. But you forget what I said earlier in the session. Like, yeah, but do you understand the concept? Do you understand the higher time frame analysis? Do you understand market structure? right? So if you understand those things and you find, I'm telling you guys, it might be a little bit of a harsh thing to say from my end, but you know what? I'm fairly confident that if I would just learn a 5-minute trend line breakout strategy from YouTube, doesn't matter from where, just a simple trend line entry strategy, I think I would be profitable. Maybe not on the first week, but I think in a time span of like 1 or 2 months, I think I would get to a payout with a simple trend line entry. Maybe I should do this. Like completely ignoring these ICT levels and supply and demand levels, everything. Obviously, something I need to keep because of the higher time frame context. But and I'm sorry to say it, like I don't want to brag about anything, but I'm consistently profitable, even if I'm not making 100K per week. But I have enough confidence in myself, and this comes to you as well, because time is going to give you that experience, that because I understand the context, the higher time frame analysis, the market structure, I can just learn a simple trend line entry, and I'm going to make it work. So just my 2 cents on the dollar. And I'm not in a trade, Rohit. I was short up there after the market open. I got stopped out. So I have a loss today. It is what it is. Only one trade today. Only one trade. That's what I did. One trade. I'm okay. Tomorrow is a better day. It's always a better day tomorrow, right? Today is awesome, but tomorrow is going to be much better. This just reminds me. I mean, I'm not a. Yeah, I love movies. I remember I was watching the Wonder Woman 1984. Not the best movie, but Pedro Pascal's character said like, life is good, but it could be better. I loved it. I loved it. Life is good, but it could be better. So I would say trading is great today. Tomorrow is going to be better. All right. So one trade today, I had a loss. I'm okay. Completely fine. And tomorrow is, and this is, you will also understand this once you get more chart time, more experience, all the usual stuff we talk about this, man. And Adam, I wish I could have held this trade, but I got stopped out higher because I was using a tighter stop. I wasn't sure that we're going to break down to the previous day low. I was definitely not sure about that. So, it just happened. Anyway, as I was talking about the why we are overcomplicating things. So let me just summarize it again. The illusion of control, all right? Information addiction, okay? And fear of simplicity. Fear of simplicity. And sometimes we are basically skeptical of simple things. But you're looking for the answer at the wrong place. And I think this would be a very good answer for you. Like which entry model, if you're asking me which entry model should you choose, which is going to be your system, I think you're looking for the answer at the wrong place, because first you need to understand the analysis, the higher time frames, the context. That's where you need to start. And if you're new and you're asking me or any other hosts here or any other traders or influencers on social media in trading, like what is the best entry strategy, you're looking at the wrong place. This is not the question that you should be asking. Rohit, you were up. Revenge trading, you're a negative. Rohit, you need to stop it for today from the trading. All right. I don't know where your account is. I mean, how much is your drawdown, but just leave it. Okay. As long as you still have your account, that's awesome. You're done. Okay. You were up. Now you're down in the negative. You did. Okay. You're done. You're finished for today. Continue tomorrow. That's it. Easy to say, I know, easy to say, but the move is done. If that makes you a little bit of an extra, confirmation or confluence, the move is done. There's nothing more to go for. Yeah, we can still retrace whatever, but just don't force it. It's done. The move is done. All right. Even if this one is going to fall another 300 points, you should not, I don't care. I got stopped out, and look at that. It just went down. I was shorting. I got stopped out. I don't care if this one falls another 300 points. I don't care. Really. And it feels so great. It's a blessing. It's such a blessing that I don't care about it. I don't care what it's going to do. I really don't. One runner left. Let's go. That is awesome. So, as I was saying, traders don't blow up the accounts because they know too little, because you guys are smart. They blow up the accounts because they can't stop adding, overcomplicating. That's also like a trigger to second guessing yourself. So, there's always a cause and a causality, but that's also a trigger, which you don't even realize, because, as I was saying, you're looking at the wrong place. If you still don't have a system, or you don't have a consistent, how should I put this? Let me go with an example. If you haven't reached payouts yet, for example, or just maybe one or two, or you keep blowing evaluation accounts left and right, that's part of the process. But the entry model, or not just adding to your charts like extra concepts or new ideas, you shouldn't even be like trading without understanding the higher time frame analysis, without understanding the context. It can go lower. Obviously, there is another sell side at 923. So it can definitely go lower, right? So, but what I wanted to ask, what simple actually means, right? So what does simple means? Simple doesn't mean basic, by the way, because there's a misunderstanding about that. Simple doesn't mean basic. It means clear, right? Repeatable and logical, okay? This is super important. If we're talking about a simple system, it has to be clear, repeatable, and logical. That's why I came up with the example of a trend line break. Okay. I'm not saying that everybody should be trading trend line breaks. It was just an example. Okay. 6-7. I don't know what that thing is, but it seems like it has a trend. So, a simple strategy has one clear entry concept, for example, and one clear exit plan. And last but not least, and quite actually, this is the most important, it has a clear risk model. Okay, so this is actually great. Let's just summarize it again. It has a clear entry concept, it has a clear exit plan, and it has a clear risk model. All right. That's it. No need for 15 filters, Fibonacci's, indicators, different kind of concepts. No. If you can't explain your strategy, oh, by the way, yeah. If you can't explain your strategy to a 10-year-old, you don't really understand it. Usually I say you should be able to explain your strategy in one sentence. Ask yourself, can you explain your strategy in one sentence? Can you explain your strategy to a 10-year-old? I think that's quite a challenge, by the way. Oh my gosh, I think that's quite a challenge to a 10-year-old. I don't know. Yeah, maybe don't try. But at least try to explain and summarize your strategy in one sentence. Right? That would be actually good. And obviously, the power of simplicity comes forward in execution, right? In the execution phase. Simplicity creates clarity, first of all. Clarity creates confidence. Whoa! What a realization here. Wow. Simplicity goes to clarity. Clarity creates confidence. Confidence allows consistency. Yay! And consistency, guess what, is going to create profitability, right? That's how it goes. That's why we like it. So keep it simple. Keep it simple. Complex systems usually break under pressure, by the way, because again, it comes into second guessing yourself, right? Simple systems usually survive. And that's why, as Ashes was saying too, like there's nothing new under the sun in the past 20, 30, 40 years in trading. The simple things are still working. Maybe they just being rebranded or whatever. But exactly, Rohit, consistency. So again, I just love this. So simplicity creates clarity. Clarity creates confidence. Confidence allows consistency, and consistency creates profitability. And this is what you need to be profitable. That's it. Okay. ICT. I don't have ICT. I run out of ICT. I'm sorry. I'm from Hungary. Hungarian from Europe. But I don't live in Budapest. I live like 100 kilometers south from Budapest. Yeah. So I also wanted to talk about some signs that your strategy is too complicated, because you got to know when you're, putting too much effort on that entry model. There's got to be some sort of a borderline there, like how much is too much, and it has some signs to it. Exactly. Patience, focus, and discipline. That's how it works. Weave up. I'm not going to comment on that. So yeah. So there are some signs. Basically, if you hesitate, hesitate every time you see a setup. If you start hesitating, then obviously that exact trading setup or entry model might not be the best for you, right? Or you keep missing trades because you're waiting for one more confirmation, just one more confirmation, and the trade already left, the train left the station, as we used to say it, just one more confirmation. And one of the other killing things, like you start to change the rules in the middle of the week, right? Or in the middle of your learning journey, you start changing the rules. That's not good, because the data, if you did backtesting, that's just going to be lost. Dave, good to see you. Yeah, it was quite amazing, this drop. That's why I say I think the move is done. Also, one other sign, if your chart looks like a crime scene, basically. Like really, I don't have a screenshot. The other day I found a great screenshot. I just don't know where I put it. But if your chart looks like a crime scene, then obviously 12 indicators, 5 zones, or 12 zones. Who knows how many horizontal lines and vertical, and it's going to build zero conviction. It's just not good. I'm looking different. Come on, why? I gained some weight. That's the problem. I keep eating unhealthy food because I love food. I don't know why I look different. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna get a new haircut. Who knows? Exactly. The markets change all the time. Strategies need to adapt. I understand what you're saying, DM. We need to adapt. Exactly. I know what you're saying. I know. That's why I'm saying, like, context is important. Grow a beard. Do you guys think I should grow a beard? Maybe I should, have some kind of a John Wick beard or something. Maybe that would be better, right? So yeah, DM, I completely agree with that. And that is why we are talking about two different things. In my perspective, in my opinion, you might have an entry model, but that's why we need to understand and adapt to the context. I mean, we are adapting with the market. We're trying to understand what kind of market are we trading currently. We need to do the higher time frame analysis. That's when all those things come into the picture. The entry model itself should be just a simply defined pattern, maybe like indicators combined with the concept or whatever, but it has to be very simple, which should not be changing too much, maybe just a little bit. That's just a different thing. It's obviously going to work if you know which direction is the draw on liquidity is, right? That's the key. I'm looking at, thank you, Ezra. Thank you. The next week. Yeah. Tiger Sleep, hello. Good to see you. Can you respond? I blew 1 eval and 2 funded today. I'm in payout. I was in hot streak from May slip, but first of all, Tiger Sleep, you should step away from the charts, maybe even tomorrow. I think you did everything great because obviously you were on a winning streak. You need to look back. You need to look back. What was the issue for having those losses? What was the trigger? Actually, you have to reverse engineer the whole process, and that's why doing the reflection, doing like a journal. Obviously, if you don't have a journal, then try to meditate on that a little bit. Like, what you need to research, you need to search for the trigger. What was the trigger? How it all started? What was the issue? Maybe it wasn't on the chart. Maybe it was something you can reverse engineer it all the way back to your personal life. I'm just saying, I do remember when I blew up like a couple of funded accounts on my end in just one day. I was not in the right emotional state because of my personal things not going the way I wanted them to go. And obviously it had something to do with the trigger that led me to overtrading and revenge trading. So what I'm trying to say is do some reflecting on your trading. What was the issue? I think you know what to do. If you're stepping away for a day or two, that would be the best right now. Go out, take a walk, go to the gym, do something useful in that day or two. That would be the thing I would do, basically. Negative DCA, yeah. So that would be something I would do if I were you. Okay. So, as I was saying, don't put on too many things on your chart. That's not something you're looking for. If your chart looks like a spaceship dashboard, basically, like the Starship Enterprise dashboard, then you're not trading. You're basically sightseeing, okay? Is what I meant to say. So keep it simple if you're using indicators. And by the way, I told you guys I will be bringing in some indicators, most likely moving average. But I'm going to talk about that maybe next week. I always feel like I want to talk about what indicators I'm trying to use because I was backtesting it in the past like 12, 14 months. And I never feel ready to talk about it because I think I'm going to put on a video on my channel first and explain because from the get-go, I never really used indicators, but now I'm feeling ready that I will use. Anyway, is it going to go for another fall? Let's see the distance from here. Distance is 75 points to that swing low from Friday. It could go for that. Captain of Enterprise. yeah, something like that. So the whole point is to trade without. I know what you're saying, Habibi. I know. I will not change anything on the concept that I see the market with, right? I'm still going to analyze the charts, the market the same way I did before. The only reason I might going to add an extra indicator to my day trading is to have an extra layer of confluence And I realized this because I did a lot of back testing, especially for those days when I'm not 100% sure in my entry model, when I'm not 100% sure what I should do. Those would be the times when I could be using a mechanical approach. Cartoon Futures, good to see you. What's up? Exactly. Heather Williams, I completely agree with you. So there's also like a psychology behind this, behind simplicity. Weave up. Making weave. Oh, you're making cool. I'm gonna try it out, all right? Just for fun, at least. So the psychology of simplicity, okay? Because there are some things behind this. Like simplicity equals trust, right? It equals trust. You trust your edge because you understand it. If you don't understand your own edge in trading, then it's just not gonna work out. And the thing is, complexity is going to equal with doubt. You keep second guessing yourself on a complex system, right? So also simplicity is going to force the discipline, because now the only variable basically is going to be you. You're going to be the only variable if you keep everything simple. A simple plan exposes your lack of discipline, by the way. It also helps you. That's why most traders hide behind complexity, because they they have fear. They don't want to face that negative, I would say negative mindset that they're having. And that's why also we need to do the journaling, but that's another topic. Like you got to be honest with yourself. Okay. The market doesn't reward intelligence. Okay. It rewards repetition. So the mindset shift about this is understanding that simplicity is the way to go. You need to be a genius, right? You need to be consistent. Market doesn't pay for IQ points. It pays for execution. You might want to outsmart the market. You might want to create the most difficult narratives, but that's not the goal. Yeah, we all like tape reading, and in a way it's great and everything, but that's not the goal. All right. The smartest people often fail in trading because they can't stop overthinking. It's a fact. Actually, I was reading about this. The smartest people often fail in trading because they keep overcomplicating the things. And I know, obviously, being smart is great and awesome, but sometimes, focus on risk management more. Exactly. Trading is only simple if you have patience. Yeah, if you don't have patience, and that's why I talked about this in the other week, the IRL, your personal life habits, how do they affect your trading habits, and vice versa? Like, if in real life you're a patient person, like, that's going to help you a lot in trading. Small example, but obviously it's a good one. And that's why I said the market doesn't reward intelligence, it rewards repetition. That's the thing. Volkspart, hey, good to see you. Yeah. So there are ways to simplify strategies, practical steps usually, right? I would say keep one or two concepts that make sense to you. That's why I said, like, I'm not really following the newest concepts from ICT or from anyone else. Okay, I'm most likely focusing on the mindset knowledge, if I can say that. Delete the unnecessary indicators. especially the ones you never use, because if you're using, for example, quite a few indicators, then I'm sure that you can actually put them in order, like which is the least one you're using. So start to, strip those down. You don't need those. Just, a step or two to do that. Obviously, master one setup. Also talked about this a million times, and we will talk about this a million more times. So one setup, okay? And don't forget, if you're looking for 2 entry models in any given market, in any given session, you're just doubling your risk. Don't forget that. But we talked about that too, and we will talk about that next time. All right. Hey, Jason, my channel is in the upper right corner. You can see it is YouTube /Tom Sabo Biz. But if you just search my name, Tom Sabo or Tom Sabo Biz, you will find it. So as I was saying, master one setup. All right. Super simple concepts here. Liquidity sweep, structure shift, entry, boom. Just saying. It doesn't need to be that, but it's just a simple thing. Same pattern, different days, right? But you're looking for the same thing. That's where consistency is. You're looking for the same pattern all the way. And usually, got to use a standard risk. Yeah, we talked about different scenarios, different risk management for A+ orders, A+ trades, and not A+ trades. But I would say maximize your risk per trade. Okay. And if the trade is not an A+ setup, then usually just decrease your risk. Okay. So you got to have a maximum fixed position risk, dollar-wise or percentage-wise. Okay. No random sizing. Forget about random sizing. That's when traders are, that's a make or break situation there. All right. And also, even that we are trading manually every single day, you can still do some automation in the process, which is going to build some conviction, some confidence. The pre-market checklist, for example, which is also the pre-market analysis, the trade cap, the pre-stop loss setups, how much are you willing to lose or trade? So all these things, just use the checklist. That's how it goes. Because complex traders chase new setups, but simple traders master the old ones. Just the same entry all the time. All right. And by the way, there's also an advantage if you're backtesting. Easier to backtest the simple setups. Okay, more data, more confidence. If it's easier to backtest, right? And of course, easier to execute. Don't forget about it. Fewer emotional decisions, because we need to eliminate the emotions. So fewer emotional decisions also. And it will be easier to scale because you can trade multiple accounts or instruments with clarity. And that's why I like it. So, I hope you guys like this session. Oh my gosh, almost. It's all Rocket Scooter is here, right? Matt is almost at the building. So I hope you like this session. I think it was important to talk about this. If you realize this, we're still talking about the same things from a different perspective, but this is why I like this session that we're doing here at this time of the day, because it gives us so many things to rethink, relearn, and we're basically reflecting on our trading model, on our trading mindset, and that's why I love this session. And this is just great. It's just great. Thank you so much, everybody. And obviously, yeah, we are going to, as I was saying, talking about risk management, setting up the different setups, different way, because yes, there are, I just said earlier that you can have a standard risk for every single trade, but I need to say that, if you're not doing A++ setups, then obviously if you still want to pull the trigger, I'm not saying don't do it, but anyway, that's going to be a different that's going to be a different session. So categorizing those trades, we talked about it, but I have a different topic about basically the same topic from different perspective. A little bit of a risk management mathematics or something. So we're going to use it. We're going to talk about that. Time flies for sure, Abhishek. Time flies. Welcome, Rocket Scooter fan, by the way. Good to see you guys. How's it going? Jordan, hey, what's up? I cannot state that enough, how grateful I am for MyFunded TV and MyFunded Futures and everybody here that I can be around at this time of the day and share these thoughts, have the positive vibes and all that. It's just amazing. I can hear it. Put on the disco lights. Look at this. There it is. Come on. Why is it not working? It's working. Hey, the shade. I love this music, man.
Honestly, dude,
Hey.
there's got to be some club in like Hungary that plays music like this all night.
Dude,
and
if
on a
you ever
cocktail.
come to Hungary, we're gonna have the DJ play this song all night.
There you go. What a jam.
Let's go, everybody. This is awesome. So powerful. W's in the chat for Matt.
Hey, Tom, appreciate that. How's it going today, brother?
All is good. All is good. Actually, today I only had one trade with a stop loss, but I'm still feeling pretty good. And you know why? Because the chat here at MyFunded TV is awesome. Everybody is super awesome here. So that's it. How's your day so far, Matt?
Well, I took a bunch of trades overnight and was doing pretty okay. And then this morning I had all my setup was like market's gonna flush. I decided to full port short that BDH competition account, and it's up 66,000 in the one account. So I might be like in the top 10, hopefully. Well, full transparency. Yeah. So full transparency. Last night, remember I was up like 28K yesterday, and I didn't read the rules the right way. Normally with the end of the day drawdown, right? Once you make your drawdown, the drawdown usually stops trailing at the starting point. That's pretty consistent with the end of the day. So I thought I had a $28,000 buffer, but apparently it trails with you the whole time.
Oh, I see.
So,
wow.
So that I was up 28, I lost 5, and it actually busted the account, even though I was up 23.
Wow.
So I had to reset it and start over. So now that I started over, I'm going out with the bang. So now after the reset,
nice.
this contest has become so funny, and everyone's having all these really fun full port YOLO strategies. It's kind of hilarious.
That is awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta say, I love. By the way, I would be having some questions, but to be honest, I am actually late from an appointment because I have to be in a different place, and I already got a message that I'm late. But don't worry, I'm still okay. So I just want to say, Matt, I have to say goodbye now, chat, because I'm really in a hurry. Thank you so much for everything. This was an awesome session, and Matt, I wish you the best. A great segment, a great session, and I see you tomorrow. All right?
Yeah. Have fun, man.
All right. Cheers, everybody. Bye.
All right, y'all. Give your love to Tom. Throw some dubs in chat. All right, hold on. Hold on. I gotta post this on socials. Guys, what's up? What a crazy day. I don't know. Now, again, other people may have taken the same trade and this big, the big influencer competition right now. Okay, I want to make my little post about this. Big influencer tourney Pat was hosting. It's kind of turned into it's kind of morphed into this really fun sort of full port YOLO event, as people have realized the rules are set up as such that you have to get this really good trade out the door. And when nobody knew that there was going to be end of the day trailing drawdown that didn't stop at a buffer, right? You guys have been trading MyFundedFutures for a while. You guys know how end of the day drawdown works. If your drawdown is $3,000 below zero, as soon as you usually make $3,000 or more in most of the end of the day accounts I've ever traded, the drawdown stops trailing at zero. It literally stops trading at zero. I found out the hard way that this account did it, and Nutty Bar and some other people said they found out the hard way too. We didn't know that the goal was to get a big trade out the door and build a buffer and then work with the buffer for the rest of the tournament. That's normally what I would do. Built a 28K buffer, was in 4th place, the very first print of the leaderboard, and then closed the day out and was totally fine. I saw the leaderboard came out at the end of the day, and I was in the top 20 because people made more aggressive trades throughout the day. And I was like, okay, I need to do some trading overnight. I took a trade, lost a baby amount, $5,000, and that wasn't DLL, which I thought the 5,000 was DLL, which would stop me out for the afternoon or for the day. That being MLL, total loss limit. So I didn't blow up the account, but I did get disqualified, and then you can reset it and start over. So then round 2, I decided to reset and start over. I entered the contest this morning, re-enter with the fresh new account. I go, okay, I got to get on the leaderboard, first place in the first day. We got to do it. So I'm going to make 100K today, and I'm destined and determined to make 100K today. Now, what happened this morning was really nice and easy and simple. Market open with my traditional long liquidity pocket that I normally will see. Let me click this over here. S&P had bull long up setup, which is pretty normal. However, when we gap flat, which means we open within 10 points of the previous day's close, I tend to hesitate on taking these open trades when I longing it open like I normally would do. So I waited to let resilience develop after a little bit. And as it started to develop, we started to see resilience just took a nosedive. At the bottom of my chart, you see this indicator where it's now the white line goes to negative. When white line goes to negative, that is all the sign in the world that the S&P is actually going to fill the gap. While it was trying to push bullish from here, negative resilience indicated a gap fill, which created a hedge pressure break, which created a sort of squeezy event that pressed us below monthly hedge pressure and even crashed the market further. Now it's sort of recovering a little bit, which looks really nice to finish out the day. But I'm not really sure that today's the day that V's up like all the other days. It could be, but we'll see how that happens. Anyways, I decided right here on this little candle on NASDAQ, once everything went negative, I think it was this one, I just tapped it full port short, close to there, market retraced. I shorted again, close to there, and now I'm chilling. And so that got me 66 in that contest account. But hey, they said you can do unlimited resets, so I'm going to reset and start over. But the trick is you can't just slowly trade that contest account to the end. Everyone figured out that since trailing drawdown trails with you, it's much better just to get a huge profit the first day and then work with that going forward, or else you'll never catch up. Now, I didn't want to be top 20. I didn't want to be top 4. I wanted to win. So this is different. What indicator is this? This indicator is called S&P Resilience and NASDAQ Resilience. It's only available in the Rocket Scooter platform. That's it. That's it. And that's it. That's what I did. So now I'm waiting to see what's going to happen. I have this suspicion that this market ain't going to last today. I have this really weird suspicion that it's not done selling for whatever reason. Again, call me weird, but I have this really weird suspicion that it's not done selling. I don't know why. It doesn't feel like all the other days. It doesn't feel like all the other, like it could just be another day like we've had before. We flushed and pulled back. A part of my suspicion today also came from the fact that VIX has been trapped above, we call our contango midpoint, our magic number. You guys remember, I've been talking about VIX every day on this stream since I started with MyFunded TV. And I talk about this contango midpoint as being such a key indicator to let me know the state of volatility. Normally, VIX would be decaying this late into the month. And we're halfway through the trading month. October 14th is when this contract rolls over, and VIX has just been sitting still. And I was saying this morning on my stream, I was like, that's really weird that VIX is just not even moving. It's stuck here. Why is the VIX not decaying like it should be in a strong bull market? I was analyzing the rest of the market, everything's just fueled on short squeezing. The market has been like squeezing up and then selling off and then squeezing up and then selling off. There has been just no real strong bull pushes with the exception of maybe like this one day here. Everything else is just short squeeze. So what I was saying is that the state of volatility is that the minute somebody starts selling anything, the market is just so flimsy, it's going to fall. There is not a lot of sort of, I guess, power pushing this up. It's more like floating on that last little bit of short squeeze. And I thought that today would be kind of different than the other days. And I thought today feels like it's going to be the day that tries to bounce and that fails. Like we might see 724, 787 today just to flush whatever we've had. So I actually do feel like today might even keep selling. I don't feel like this is going to rally. So I don't know. Long MHP, I'm not going to do it today. S&P has not reclaimed MHP. NASDAQ has, and S&P is the guiding trade today. While S&P is looking solid and bullish, I kind of want to wait to see if that does happen before I do anything. Yeah. So NASDAQ is looking pretty solid for that recovery, and we're looking for that same sort of kind of support area here for NASDAQ. If we reclaim that, it's going back to there. And this is sort of like a hold pattern. I'm not going to do anything here as it's testing this consolidating area just to see if it's support or resistance. Yeah, that's basically it. I don't know. So what do you guys think? Are we crashing today? Or are we going to rally from here? What do we think? It might not be like the other days or the other days V up. This might not be that day. This could be the big flush day. My lower targets today are S&P at this lower band, 6732 here. This is my strongest support in the S&P. We did undershoot support. We didn't get to the levels I wanted to tap at. We undershot support. So when S&P touches 6732, that's very equivalent to, let's see, from here, that's 30 points. It's 120 points on NASDAQ lower. So that is 24, 920. 920 would be the NASDAQ overshoot of the same magnitude. That's my low of the day. It could even get worse than that. So that's it. Is the lack of government data increasing the uncertainty? That could be part of it, but also the fact that the market has just sort of drifted up mostly on short squeeze. People aren't selling really. Today's the first day we've experienced selling in a long time, like a lot of selling. The market is more like people are holding to the long side, betting on the Fed, betting on inflation coming down. Remember, core PCE and PCE targets of FOMC will be at 2% by the end of 2027. We're on path for the Fed's 2% target. And we're getting 5 rate cuts between now and the summer of next year, right? For the most part, probably summer. So we're going to be getting a rate cut almost every other month of 25 basis points. Nobody wants to bet against that. So shorts are just getting squeezed as the market's been propagating higher, but there just could be a little bit of profit taking, and the thinness of the market right now could allow it to flush pretty hard. It doesn't mean the market's bearish. It just kind of means that, like, you know, once everybody's exhausted all those shorts squeezing, any amount of selling plunges to reset, and then the bulls will step in after it's done plunging. That's what I think. Yeah. You think I nailed it? Sold some longs early here, didn't like it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that today V's up like the other day. I think today's gonna be a little different. Yeah. Hold on one second. Do I think 2026 is a bearish year, recession? No. 2026 is likely to be the most bullish year yet. As a matter of fact, I feel like November and December might become, after we get through whatever selling that we're going to have in this medium term, once we roll into the new November, I think November is going to be extremely bullish, in December, if not more bullish, and January even more bullish. I think that we're going to experience the strongest bull market that we've seen. There's no bad data. We're on track to having the economy finally repaired after COVID's bullshit ruined everything. Remember, we're dealing with the tail end of COVID right now. This is what COVID created for this world. Inflation, everyone works from home. No one wants to get a job now. Participation rates low, labor markets damaged. Wages went way up, then they went way down. We had all that shifting around and chaos from COVID. And we're finally sort of like stabilizing. The effect of COVID is finally going to be over in 2027. It took 7 years for the mistake that we made of shutting every business down, which was absolutely a mistake. Argue with me if you want. We should have never done that. That created 7 years of shit for our economy, and which are finally getting over. That is if we hit our 2% target. The hyperinflation due to COVID will finally be gone, according to the Fed, in 2027. So we should be okay by then. And we're back on track to strong bullish economy. There's good data. There's good GDP data. There's good corporate profits data. There's good everything. Everybody's doing okay right now, and despite the tariffs. So everyone, Eaton said, everyone with Economics 101 knew as soon as they announced it, it was a horrible idea that we would be dealing with the effects of shutting the businesses down for a whole month across the entire country would create a decade of problems. I said that on my stream in 2020. I said, people don't understand. This is a decade of problems. This logistical spaghetti bowl of relationships that just got severed is going to create a nightmare for us for a very long time that we won't be able to recover from. And now we're finally kind of getting back to what's the 66K? That's the BDH tourney account, Pat Whelan's tournament. Yeah. Boy, don't I wish that was real. No, it's an end of the day eval paper account. So it is as lovely as it would be for that to be really 66 grand. The other accounts are my funded accounts. Yeah, and many businesses went under with COVID. It created a lot of opportunities for people, but still though, it wasn't the best move for the economy to do that. The proper choice, again, not to debate with people. We're not going to have the COVID debate. It's always a horrible experience when you have the COVID debate. But I feel like what really happened, what really should have done is let people make the choice. Take the risk if you want, work if you want, don't work if you don't want. You take the risk. It's your choice. And people could put their fate in their own hands. I always believe in capitalism to be like, let people take their own risks to get their reward. If you think it's going to kill you and you still go work, well, you deserve the reward. You should have done that because we've all felt with it. A lot of you guys don't have jobs because of it. A lot of you guys can't get jobs because of it because they won't pay you as much money as you need to pay for your house, and gas and food and stuff. That's a result of, sorry guys, the flu's going to kill everyone. We got to send everyone home for a month, whether you want to take the risk or not. We've abandoned the principles of capitalism for a hot, month, and we're going to tell you what to do. We experienced a totalitarianism government for a month, and now we've learned our lesson. Please never do that again. It's the dumbest decision ever. And it's people's decision, I would say, not the workplace decision or not the government's decision to decide the fate of your business. I feel like that's unfair. There were some business owners that were like, I don't care about this. I'd rather take the risk and save my business. And now they're struggling now because of that, right? So now we're kind of like, you said you could gamble with your own life, but it's not right to gamble with others. Yeah, well, if you ever use your cell phone while you're driving, then you also gamble your life with others. You guys are all hypocrites if you're gonna have the argument with me. You ever turn lanes without using a turn signal? Yeah, you're also a piece of shit. We all do it all the time in life. Everyone gambles everyone else's life all the time. Don't even pay attention. You're looking at your Spotify while you're driving. You're the same person. Then we're all doing it. We all do it. All of us. Everyone's irresponsible. It's part of life. But it's good to take care of other people. But at the end of the day, if you stay home, then stay home. If you're in fear of your life, just stay home. Simple as that. DoorDash your groceries. You have the choice to make. Yeah. So if that's the thing, if you thought it's a problem, then just stay home. Problem solved. But anyways, the economy has suffered and people have suffered and people lost their lives from losing everything, not just from COVID. The backlash from COVID created what we have now. Now we're just dealing with the aftermath of that in like an economic sense, right? Yeah. So anytime you ever change your radio station while you're driving, you put a family of 4 at risk. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you had a cocktail and came home after a happy hour, put somebody's life at risk. Can't pick and choose when you want to be a fucking hero in this world. All right. Everybody's a hypocrite. That's how it goes. Today's Truth by Matt. Yeah. That's right. Anytime you left a shopping cart in the middle of the parking lot at the grocery store, somebody swerved and hit somebody because of your irresponsibility. You have no idea the trail of irresponsibility that you leave as a human in this world. You know what I mean? Matt just talks truth. I don't sugarcoat things. I'm like a Wall Street badass. I know. I don't ever hold people's hands when I talk about stuff. I just kind of like talk about facts. But anyways, my point was not that I said the COVID argument always makes people salty. It's up to you to decide what you want. I say you shouldn't shut the businesses down because it's bad for the economy. I care as a trader about protecting people's financial livelihoods. And I think that the idea that we shut everything down created a decade of problems. And we're finally starting to come out the tail end of that, which is good. Yeah, the butterfly effect, right? Yeah. Yeah, that was another bingo card for 2025. Yeah, so that was basically like in 2020, like everybody that had a brain in economics was like, this is really bad. This is worse than people thought it's going to be. And actually, we came out pretty okay. I mean, we only had one recession since then in 2023. We only had, we had high inflation, high unemployment for a while. We still kind of have high inflation. Fed's targets, though, state that naturally we're going to be down closer to 2% by 27. So it's actually faster than I thought it was going to be. I thought it'd be 10 years of stagflation, but we only had 7, which was somewhat better, I guess. I take different trades and different size in your accounts. I do. Sometimes I'll trade ES. Sometimes I'll trade NASDAQ. I'll split the risk up. If I get different pivots in both places, I'll trade them differently, yeah. Putting on the same level individual texting while driving with the country ride policy as well. No, I mean, the idea is that people were saying you should be, if you want to be irresponsible with other people's lives. So I'm telling you, you guys, everyone's irresponsible all the time with the little things you do and you don't think how tragic that is. If you ever turn lanes without using your blinker, you could cause somebody else to wreck. That is the most irresponsible thing you can do. That's just as arguably as irresponsible as not wearing a mask. You got the flu. And also, by the way, if you wear a mask, it's not to protect you. You guys didn't know that. I'm an engineer. Let me tell you how I used to teach fluid dynamics. I'm the qualified person to answer the mask question. Thank you very much. I have a degree in fluid flow. Let me explain how a mask actually works. A mask is a filter for your face. It protects other people from what you're breathing. It doesn't protect you from what other people are doing. So if you wear a mask, you are being responsible to everybody around you, which is kind of neat to understand. Most people thought you wear a mask, you're kind of a wuss because you didn't want to get sick. Well, that's not how masks work. It's a filter for this part where the flow is the highest. So a mask actually works by protecting the people around you. If you guys want to know the science of that, that's what that degree is in. Masks and spraying liquids and fluid flow and shit. That's what I did in school. Somebody says against some butter chicken in the honor of Abby. Dude, you know what I'll tell you? Indian food is my favorite food. And I don't know if you guys knew that. I think I told Abby that a couple times. I love butter chicken, man. Like I'm obsessed with it. And masala and vindaloo, dude, I go nuts. So, yep. But I drive a BMW, you can't use turn signals. Have y'all seen that meme, the BMW parking spot meme? Hold on, let me show it to you guys. Y'all seen that? Let me find the picture for it. There's it's the old, I know it's kind of like a dated meme because BMWs aren't necessarily like, a-holes anymore. Have y'all seen that? But however, it gets even better. The BMW even parks that way. They get their own spot, and then they park the other way. That's actually that's some quality memeing right there. I know that's like a boomer meme from like a decade ago, but it's still funny. Yeah. Anywho, yeah, like I don't like to debate about the wellness health effect of COVID or whatever. I have COVID 3 times. You know, I never got the shot, and I have my own opinions about it. Have your own. It's cool. We're all going to disagree, but we can all agree that shutting the world down was horrible for the economy, and we're still recovering for it. And whether it's worth it or not, your debate to have. I personally think for the economic side, it caused an unnecessary headache for most people's livelihoods who would have much rather, in hindsight, taken the risk. And I think what we're dealing with now is the Fed rescuing the job market that's damaged because of the fallout of what happened with COVID. And so the Fed, while they want to engage in quantitative tightening, balance sheet roll off, and not cut rates, now they have to cut rates to entice companies to not lay people off by allowing that hopium to create, you know, all the stimulation that cutting rates does in the market, because companies will start laying people off with high inflation and take us back to square one if the Fed doesn't save the labor market, which is not really their job. But they're focusing on the dual mandate, which is what they keep saying, which is inflation, jobs market. And now they're like, inflation, it's temporary, so we don't really care anymore. Now the Fed is spitting in the face of their number one policy, you know, to print money and control inflation. And they don't care anymore because they're so desperate to save the jobs market. If people get laid off and stock market starts tumbling, then we have stagflation, which is another decade of a depression. It gets worse if they don't do anything. The Fed's hands are tied and they're forced to come save the market again, just like it's 2010 all over again. So the Fed says we have to save the labor market. In code, that really means we need to save the stock market, because cutting interest rates allows that flexibility for companies to, you know, and the market to stay bullish and things to be okay, and that we don't have the stock market crashing and then companies don't have to lay people off. So there we are. Look at all them facts coming out now. Makes you terrified. You allowed your son to get the shot for real regrets. That was always a tough time for everybody when those shots came out. Was like, do you want to take it or not? Now, let me tell you guys, I didn't have to make my decision. My decision was made for me. I was freaking patient zero with COVID. I had COVID in March of 2020. Back when nobody believed it was a real thing. I was streaming when I had COVID, and I was actually streaming. This is day one of me with COVID. I was sick for 3 weeks, lost taste and smell. It was the most horrible flu I ever had. Then after I got better, I decided, thank God I'm better. Me and some friends went to the Guadalupe, decided to get shit-faced drunk and ride the rivers to celebrate. And I came back with pneumonia, and I was sick for 3 more weeks. So my first COVID experience was pretty crazy. But then like 6 months later, they came out with the vaccine, and I was like, well, I already had it, so I've got the antibodies. I don't need the vaccine. I don't need to take the risk. And the vaccine will only be for the strain that I already have, and I know how viruses work, and the vaccine would be a useless thing because I have the antibodies. The vaccine is designed to create the antibodies. I already had them. And I tested positive for COVID because at the time I was seeing an anesthesiologist, and she got COVID from the hospital, and I caught it from her. And people thought, I was getting phone calls from people like, oh my God, Matt, are you going to die? People were freaking out because for most of you guys, especially people who watch me streaming, I was the first person that they ever knew that had COVID, and people still thought it was a fake and a hoax. I was like, guys, I actually got it. Here's my results. I tested positive for it. And people were like, holy shit, it's real, dude. I was like, yeah, it's kind of real. I kind of feel like I got the flu. It feels bad, but I'm living right now. But I had some people calling me scared. They were like, Matt, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I wish we had spent more time together the times that I knew you. I'm like, I'm not going to die. I'm going to be fine. So that's kind of the thing. That's kind of thing that happens. So people were weirdly worried about me at the time. I was like, stop calling me with your fucking condolences. Stop starting to send me flowers. I ain't dead yet. Come on. But it was scary in March 2020. Nobody was going to happen. Everybody's freaking out. And I was peak freak out. I was like, look, guys, I'm going to stream. And I streamed every day while I was sick, by the way. I told everybody, I'm going to stream every single day while I'm sick. That way, you know, is this real or not? And if I die, I'm going to die on camera, and I'm going to be famous for it. Well, at least you guys can watch me. So I woke up, I traded every day. I was sick as a brick, and I still never took a day off. So I was like, okay, you guys can experience what it's really worth. Forget all the hype, forget all the craziness. I'll be y'all's reality. Don't listen to the news. Don't listen to that. I'm like, come ask me all the questions. Are you dying yet, Matt? How are you feeling? And I'll be honest with y'all. I've got no political agenda. I'll give you all the straight answers on how I feel with it. So that was how it was. I streamed so that people could have some insight for their families. Like they actually know somebody with COVID. At the time, it was like you knew somebody that knew somebody that knew somebody that had it. And I was like, guess what, guys? I got it. I'm live streaming. I'm like, this is day number 7. I can't taste and smell anything. And it was kind of like that. It was really fun. But I made it out with flying colors, although it was pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. I've never had the flu before, believe it or not. And I've also never had a flu shot before. That was the first flu I've ever had. And that's how you know it's actually was really bad, because that's the first time I got the flu. And I had COVID 3 times total. I had 2 additional times. I got the beta, the gamma, whatever, the Omicron. I got all of them. So now I'm like, if there's ever a zombie outbreak, y'all hunt me down, like, you know, to use my DNA to make the virus antidote for everybody. Because I got all the antibodies, y'all. So they're gonna make a movie about it. It's like 30 Days. What was it? 30 Days. What was that movie? What's her fate? God, Last 30 Days or whatever. What's that movie called? The zombie one? Or whatever. Ivermectin from now on. That's what I heard. What was that movie where it was like they were trying to, as 28 days later? Yeah, that's the one. 28 days later. But anywho, with that aside, just talking about how COVID messed the economy up. Not trying to go into the whole speech about it. So when I had the choice to take the vaccine, I didn't need it. So it was kind of like, well, that makes the choice for me. So I was kind of one of the people that didn't take it because I already had gotten it. So slightly wouldn't be making 10K days if COVID killed me. Yeah, pretty much. But at least for now, you know, in hindsight, there's better ways we can handle it. I think, you know, obviously the businesses, you know, spreading people out 6 feet, making people wear a mask, I think was good enough. I think that's what we should have done. Just left it at that. Let everybody run their businesses, spread the tables around restaurants, spread them out, and take your precautions and let people take the risk. And then the government doesn't have to intervene. But they do this every time there's a super virus. 100 years ago, they did the same thing. Shut everything down. And does it prevent the spread? I don't know. I mean, I've had COVID 3 times. I feel like it's still here and people still get it. So debate if you want. I don't think it helps anything. I don't think it slows down the inevitable, sure, but everyone eventually gets it. Unless you just bubble up in your house and don't leave. But we're still doing okay. The economy's still good. I know it's like a morbid conversation, but I survived. On my stream, I was actually a really fun thing. I couldn't smell anything for like a week. It was really bad. And like it was like really, really bad. And I was actually getting depressed because I couldn't taste any food. Food tasted like sand, and it was making me so depressed. And then my friend was like, you got to try these cough drops. And I'm going to plug these things. I'm like an affiliate for them or whatever. But it's called doTERRA. It's a brand of essential oil cough drops. And this one was called On Guard. It was like a little pink wrapper. They were like $2 a cough drop. And these things, when I eat them now that I can taste and smell stuff, dude, it was it's like the spiciest, craziest cough drop I've ever had. It's like eucalyptus and cinnamon. It's like the spiciest thing ever. And when I ate one of those things, for like 5 minutes after, I could smell my own cologne on my shirt. I was like, I can smell. I'm like, it's not gone permanently. I'm like, thank God. I could smell again. And then it would slowly go back to not smelling. And I was like, so I had hope. So my depression went away. Knowing that, like, so cinnamon bark oil is anti-inflammatory. Cinnamon's very anti-inflammatory in general. So that the heavy dose of like real cinnamon essential oil just like cleared out whatever, you know, inflammation I had. So I could smell again for a hot minute. But those cough drops, I'm going to tell you, doTERRA, this is the one I bought. It's not made with like sugar or cinnamon flavor or candy. It's made with like the real essential oil. So you get like the real, and it's like everything that you think would open your nostril. It is the spiciest tasting drop I ever had. But man, boy, I could taste. 33 resets, guys. VWAP touch 30 for 30 free resets. There's your code. Go get it. doTERRA reps be in your nightmares. Hell yeah. But it was crazy because I ordered those cough drops and it was like $25 for a bag of them. They were expensive as crap. But I feel like ever since then, food still tastes sort of mild. Like I got some of it back, but I didn't get all of it back. View app touch, guys. 30 free resets. Let's go. Congrats to the winners. Yeah, hold on there. Oops. You guys, I'm so thrilled to see how much we've grown this channel here. 837 people watching. Hell yeah, let's go. When this show first started, 750 now. You guys, MyFundedTV is growing like crazy, and I only have y'all to thank how much impact we brought to the show. Our fans brought to the show, like our community. Of course, you guys that have been here, folks that I've met since I've been here. We're so thankful for y'all's community. This is really cool to see this channel grow. I'm very glad they took a gamble on bringing our crew over there, the Rock Scooter team. You guys y'all are my favorite DJs on the planet for sure. And now that we've got this huge community base here, watching the channel grow, almost 52,000 subs. That's incredible. These guys giving out 30 resets today. Super nice. Very nice. All right. Question. In chat, are we dying today? Is this market going to die today? Are we going to flush harder? Or is this the day we V up and rally? Or is it a bigger flush? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? That's the real question. Poll is up in chat from the producers there throwing on, yes, we nuke or hard recovery soon. Is it like every other bull day where this is the bigger scare, then we just V right back up? Or are we doomed? Is this the day that bag holders will unite at the end of the day to hug it out? To hug out their tears. I am fully flat right now. I am fully waiting for something to happen. And I don't know what that something is, but I want something to happen. I got to make a good trade setup. I'm going to try to get 100K in this contest account because I want to go for first place, not just top 10. Currently right now on the last update at 2 in the morning, somebody is up 60K. That's it. $60K is the current first place. And I am up. Oh, I haven't updated. Oh, guys, I haven't even updated my P&L. My bad. Oh, I forgot to do. I'm busy over here rapping about. I was bringing up 2020, the time we all forgot about 2020, the year where everybody got used to eating tacos every other night. Curbside pickups. I brought all that back into your forefront memory. I'm not up 66,000. My bad. I'm up 71. My bad. Or 72. Something like that. So if the leaderboard doesn't change, I'm in first place, which is so crazy because when Pat had his last tournament and Terry Trades from our show went over there, she smoked it too. She beat Rena Trade, the other person. So I'm going to tell you, of all the trader TV shows out there, there's a reason MyFunded is growing so big. MyFunded is employing some pretty talented traders. I'm not going to lie. I'm like tooting my own horn or something here. But it's pretty cool to see Terry go out there and fly out to Florida and rep and crush it. Donning the MyFundedFutures flag. And then here we are. I'm probably going to be first place in this tournament if the leaderboard doesn't change. Now, with the market crashing like this, I'm sure there's 50 people that full port shorted this thing, and it's probably 100K at the top. Somebody says tacos are still a thing. Are tacos still a thing? All right. I feel like I ate tacos during COVID like every other day. Terry made the other girl rage quit. Terry was so professional through the whole thing too. You can just see her just like sitting there smiling while stuff was going down. She was kind of like, for her sake, you know, she wanted to have a great time and meet some people and have a good trading time and really represent. But it's like, you know, in your moment, someone else is sort of embarrassing everyone, you know, kind of like made it awkward for everybody. You could just see everybody just kind of sitting there like smiling kind of awkwardly. Poor Terry got thrown into the middle of that. She was just crushing it and having a good time. But I always root on my funded TV folks. Man, everybody's doing great. Have you seen, was it Ash, I think, or Nick? I think it was Ash was posting his live account payouts, was crushing it up like 50K too, man. The folks on other shows, I'm going to tell you not to talk about the other shows. I don't know if I don't really see him killing it. Like I see the people on this show kill it a lot. Kind of neat. The stats for the tourney. Yeah. It's here. The leaderboard updates like twice a day, so I'll give you guys the link. That's the link for it. Who is Miss Janica? No clue. Nobody knows who that is. So yeah. Ash is very consistent. Yeah, Ash is extremely consistent. He's very talented. Yeah. Other hosts, creator streams are pretty self-centered. Matt's the lord of self-centering too. But he's the results value. Well, I mean, Wall Street is more of like a Sigma environment. You got to be like a lone wolf. Nobody's going to take care of you in Wall Street, so you learn how to be just self-sufficient. Wall Street's not a team sport. So, but at least I'm like, you know, at least I try to be as helpful to you guys as you can. I do stop what I'm doing to give you guys as much juice and knowledge as I can to make y'all's days great. Keith Singleton says they can't F with the MFTV chairs. There you go. You can't. Wait, Hugo was getting smashed last night in Asia session for not fixing the network connection. Are you joking, or was there more Hugo stuff going on? Is Hugo still around? Wait, PW is talking about me? Oh, what did he say? He's talking shit that I busted the first. I hit the drawdown the first time. Is Hugo gone? Poor Hugo. Hugo has a heart of gold. That is so funny. Oh, Pat was impressed. Yeah, I was chatting with Pat last night. Tournament. I told him I was like the rules, dude. I was like, I didn't know it was end of the day drawdown the whole way up. And then he made a tweet about it. A lot of us got really far ahead and then busted it the very next trade. Because the drawdown doesn't stop. Normally on prop accounts, right? So what happens is on a prop account, normally when you have end of the day drawdown, it trails only until you've made your drawdown in profit. Once you made your drawdown in profit, it usually freezes at 0, and then you've got buffer. Everyone trades EO day end of the day like that, and I assumed it was the same. And when it approached that P&L to end, I thought that was a DLL. I was like, okay, well, whatever. And then once it hit that level, the account disappeared, and I was like, wait, what? I'm up 22K. So essentially, no, Pat also busted last night. We all did. We all busted last night. All the same. Pat busted his. But it's not because we blew up the account. It's because the drawdown was so tight. And if you hit the trailing drawdown, it trails with you even in profit, because he was up like 15 or 20K too. So was Brett. Brett Simba was up. We were all up. But the idea is after that, you only get a little bit of buffer. That's the thing. it starts all over. Even if you have 100,000 in the account, you get 5,000 to play with, or you bust. So the idea is that the design of the contest is very strict, and the design basically tells you how you're supposed to play it. You got to get really big on the first day and then inch forward every other day, which is really how you beat those kind of rules. So what I do, especially, did Brett also bust? Oh, that's so funny. So we all kind of, and it's the funny thing is that we're all like friends with each other, and we're all like having fun and talking shit just for fun, but it's tough. And the idea is this, it's not because everyone's a bad trader, it's because everybody's gunning for number one. And the idea is that when you figure out the rules of a trailing drawdown that's end of the day that trails with you, that doesn't give you a buffer, that essentially your goal is your first day has to be the landslide to get you in first place. And then you just coast from there. Once everybody figured that out, everybody was going full 15, 20 contract, full port trades to try to get to first place. And if they busted, they just reset. And so it's turned into like a fun, who can flip coins and YOLO the best contest, which again, it's all for fun. And I actually told people, if I get first place and win the prize, by the way, if I win the prize, was like 20,000 or 50, whatever, I'm going to give 100% of the prize back to the community, my community. So I'm going to buy a bunch of prop accounts for you guys with whatever the prize is given to me. If it's however many 10s or 20,000 worth, that's my gift to you guys on my stream. I will give all of it back to y'all as viewers in a massive giveaway. So that's my gift to y'all for your support and all that stuff. And I'll probably just fly out to the BDH and sit there and shoot the shit with Pat for a day and talk about it. Yep. That'd be good. Whatever that buys, and maybe MyFundedTV will give us a bunch of accounts or something to give away. So if I win, that'll be my gift to y'all. So I will find a way to buy $10,000 or $20,000 worth of prop accounts, maybe from MyFunded, to give away to you guys. I'll give the guys in the back end a call. Can I discuss the gamma flip line for SP? Yeah. So what happens is, so the way that this works, I've got 13 minutes. An example is if you were to go out there and long, I'm going to put up a number, 100,000 shares of Apple. Okay. Right. You're long 100,000 shares of Apple, and there is nobody selling 100,000 shares at that time. And this is you, the trader. On the other side of that trade, typically a market maker will grab that until another seller steps in. So they're down the 100,000 shares. Follow me really quick. And so they've shorted to your long, and now they have short exposure when they want to be neutral. So if they're short, they're going to buy calls to go with it. Y'all follow me so far? Calls, if you're short and long at the same time, you can neutralize that trade by delta hedging your calls. And so they bought the calls from a market maker who sold the calls to them. Calls. Now for 100,000 shares, if you assume full weight, divided by 100 becomes 1,000 calls. Okay. So there are 1,000 calls that this call seller sold. Think of call sellers like insurance, like auto insurance. You've bought something and the dealer has purchased insurance from this person in case the market goes, goes against the dealer's trade. They've got insurance to pay them out. And that's what the market maker relationship is. The relationship between these three entities, this little kind of loop, is called a hedging loop. Simplest explanation of what we do. So what our algorithm does is it looks for those options right there. That we know those options belong to someone else's insurance for someone else's trade. And therefore, this is a neutral trade, the middle position here. And this person that sold the calls will also have to long and short the market to also neutralize their exposure. This call dealer's exposure is what's mapped out in monthly hedge pressure, the seller of options to underlying dealers. We look for that relationship, and we cherry pick all those calls and puts out of the options feed. And then we look at that gamma exposure of options that are expected to be hedged to neutral. Therefore, we can predict volume. If you can expect an option to be hedged against, you can expect volume to exist. And this is where the gamma goes from positive to negative, which is our way of saying that above here, the net order flow due to hedging is more long than short above this area. Below this area, the net order flow to hedging is more short than long. So when you start to move here, there's just a wind. We always draw a whoosh fan. If you guys ever want to know what the whoosh fan was that I always draw, whoosh fan is a representation of order flow due to hedging. It's a gentle wind that blows against the market. Above monthly hedge pressure, it's normally long. You can see as you approach it, the volume is nice and clean and light, and sort of just gently sort of lifting the market. But once you break through and the gamma flips the other way, you force a bunch of people to chase shorts at exactly here. Exactly this moment in time, you guys can see that the volume goes crazy. Whereas here, the volume is a nice decaying pattern like that. So when the gamma flips, does everybody see this on my chart? You see how the volume stops sort of like decaying and being flat, and all of a sudden it's choppy and chaotic? That's what happens on a gamma flip. What happens when the gamma flips is that the market becomes chaotic, choppy, volatility goes up, and it can catalyze further selling. So that's the 4-minute explanation of what hedge pressure is. Did I answer the question for you? That's the Cliff's Notes version. Hopefully that answers the question. So in a gamma flip, the market becomes unstable, unusual. See how it's been choppy ever since we broke? And that's kind of why I'm sort of chilling right now, waiting for something better to happen. All right. Any more questions about that? Can I explain winning and losing trades today? Yeah, so like basically I bought the dip after this big kind of collapse yesterday, and I just basically just watched it, and as it solidified, I decided to take the gamble buying the dip. We were very close to overnight monthly hedge pressure, and that's where most of the wins came from. I just longed and let it go. The problem was with my original BDH account. I longed right out the door with that, and then that's where it took the 5,000 loss, like somewhere in here. And then I bought with the rest of the accounts there, and then it went up. Now today on stream, I only traded 2 accounts, and those are both losers. So my trading on stream today were losers. I decided to buy S&P right here. I bought S&P here, and it stopped me out. And that's basically it. I think I actually decided to buy early, and then I closed out at a loss. And I decided to buy early again, and then I closed out at a loss, and I haven't done anything else. So that was the 2 red contracts, or the 2 red accounts. Everything else is pretty good for the day. Yeah. So on my stream, I was basically losing, but the whole time I was like, essentially, that I had shorted on the contest account, closed my short here. And then I was riding it the whole time. And then when S&P hit its long target, I decided to long in some of my funded accounts, and it just stopped out. And I took a small loss in those. This is pretty common for a small loss. 2,000 is about my loss size for normal. So, yeah. So now I'm just kind of like waiting on the sidelines for this to play out and get better. All right. Do I feel like this market's going to flush today? The answer to the poll, I think earlier, you guys thought it was flushing. Boy, it feels like it, huh? But you can see that short squeeze starting to pick up. Look at that curvature there. Ooh, it's looking good. I don't know, y'all. What do y'all think? No more drops today? No more drops today on stream. Unless the market drops. Maybe that'll be the only drop we see. 25.70, you may try for longs at 25.109. On that head treasure reclaim, yeah. Not a terrible idea. Boy, I mean, look at just every time it consolidates, there's just this red that just comes out of nowhere. My ideal support today would be 67.32, and it could still continue to fall from here. Woo. All right, y'all. Well, I'm sort of like, I'm sort of nervous about this market. Now, I think if we sell and flush hard today, it's a 1-2 day event at the max, and then we're back to rallying by end of the week. So we might get a big ass sell-off day today and a follow-up tomorrow, maybe, to flush out all the way down to those lower targets. 787 was my low Nasdaq target. And again, the market is so bullish, it's hard to imagine it sells off any harder than a day or two. But I don't think we flush out and fill the scab or anything. 145, I think that's off the table. I really do think that this just kind of maintains this 787 level by tomorrow. And that's probably what we'll get. Those bearish candles are nasty. Oh, dude. Yeah, the hourly chart. Oh, that's just garbage. It's probably going to consolidate and then plunge one more hour. What do y'all think? Do you have another hour of this? What do y'all think? One more hour of consolidation before market goes to town. Do I want to chase a continuation short? God, who is this guy that's taken over Matt's body talking about shorting and chasing a short? Who is that guy? And I gotta keep from over trading. Since I don't know the leaderboard, I don't know how far in first I need to be. So I got to get as much as I can today in a single day. My goal is to get 100K in this test account. I mean, this contest account in a single day. I'll be trading it on my stream, so you guys can tune in and watch. Oh, speaking of which, I got 2 hours left, or 2 minutes left. Leaderboard updates every hour. It says it does, but on the website, it's not updated at all. Not since this morning. So we shall see. We shall see. Yeah. We have to reclaim ES, MHP. I really think so, yeah. I think it's going to make a run for it. At least try. Yeah, I think Nasdaq might push a little harder to this 120. Here's what I'll do. If we get to 120, which is about here, and S&P gets to about right there, I might be willing to try one more go at this. I really think we end up down here today. 920, but that's just me. Okay, y'all, I'm out of here. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being a part of the MyFunded TV and MyFundedFutures family. We love you guys here. Thanks for growing this channel, growing this community. I'll be live. If you scroll up in chat, there's a link that Abhishek posted, which is a link to my stream. I'll be live this afternoon, wrapping up the finale to this awesome saga of a day. You guys come watch me, see if I can win this trading competition. 1,500 traders from around the world are in it. I'm out there repping MyFundedFutures like a champ, showing you guys we can have some fun and also take trading seriously. So come on by. And thank you guys for everything y'all do for the community. And thank you, MyFundedFutures, for hosting this amazing show. My name's Matt. I'm out of here. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle moves, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.